Hello, Lamer. How are you doing? I had some PC issues. Ugh. Hope you're doing well. Oh shit. Uh, I need more space. Oh, I just need to fucking just only use my Mac Mini. On your class. Oh, are you having those meta classes or what they're called? Just tell me you're not doing vibe coding and all that bullshit. Also, I need to connect my Steam Deck again so I have a mute button. This work now that I Oh god, teams are so bad. Like, it's so bad. Holy fuck. But it is like the industry standard. What did you use Slack before, or what did you use? But yeah, Teams tries to do everything and does nothing right. And it breaks randomly, it updates randomly. We all voiced our opinions, but we are fully switching to Microsoft. Yeah. Oh, Cisco's. Ooh. So you're going like the soup, or well, that probably cost money, if I'm not mistaken, the WebEx kind of thing, from because Cisco, they tend to be really good and really corporate, but also cost money. You know, like, it's not inexpensive to use their services and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what I kind of guessed, that it was like an enterprise Discord. But knowing Cisco, they probably want people to penny up for it, or you get some heavy restrictions. So in that case, you probably are saving money, going to Microsoft, which a lot of people don't like me saying that. But it could be the case. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that's why they want to go with Teams, is because Cisco is like, when you mention like the name Cisco, it equals money, 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 money. But also, if you have Cisco certifications, that also mean that, you know, you can ask for a lot of money. Especially in the States, Cisco is severely popular in your neck of the woods. And a lot of people take like Cisco networking and Cisco administrative certificates, and they earn a pretty penny doing it. Because it's almost like, in the enterprise, Cisco is almost regarded as like the Rolls Royce of things, you know. From a file server to what? You're switching from a file server to OneDrive. That I don't understand. Understanding from 10 to 11, I get. So you're not using... So... What? Like, what I would do is... Because OneDrive is so finicky and so weird. What I would do is run like a NAS locally, and then back that up to like the cloud. If this is Earth, you know. And have this also backed up to like a remote location. I would not I would I would not. So I've dealt with OneDrive and also OneDrive's enterprise versions, and it's yeah. That used to connect to back up their files and share with others, but we are switching to. I, hey, I would even say Google Drive is better than OneDrive, or Proton Drive, or Dropbox, or anything but OneDrive. It it, it it seems like where you work, they have like made a deal with like someone that do Microsoft packages. So they signed like a license or service agreement, call it what you will, that then said, well, in this package for you to give it this gift, or for us to give it this to you this cheap, you have to use Microsoft, all of Microsoft products like OneDrive, Windows 11, Teams, because they are doing deals like that, where companies buy like packages, and with those packages comes support and help, etc., etc. And to have everything in one place, they may say, well, we just go full-blown Microsoft. But OneDrive is good for what is it called? Just your ordinary consumer. You get what I'm coming at here. OneDrive is great for, mom, dads, you and me. OneDrive is not good for corporate use. It really is not. I use it. It's great for. So I use OneDrive a little bit like a backup to Google Drive. Google Drive is my primary, and then the things that I really, 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 really don't want to miss, I also back up on OneDrive. Also, sharing between devices, OneDrive is a little bit better than Google Drive. It's a little bit faster with syncing, but that's the only thing I use it for. So I primarily use Google, and then I have OneDrive. Also, OneDrive is cheaper for space than Google. I basically just use OneDrive mostly as a backup, and if I want something synced faster, because Google can take a little bit of time before the sync kicks in. We use Copilot that serves locally. Well, you can still do that with Google and any other attachment. You don't need to use OneDrive. If you type OneDrive, it blocks. Yeah, you can do that with any like like the blocking aspect, make it locally and make it private. You can do that with any file hosting services like Dropbox and stuff like that. Yeah, I've been. So I use, what is it called? Proton Pass? I've been using that. I bought like a year, and I think this is about fall this year. I've been using it for a year, and I really like Proton. So I've been testing out a lot of, last year I tested out a lot of password managers. And Proton Pass, besides Apple's own password manager, seems to be the best. And I also fucked around a little bit with their Proton Drive. And I really, really like that one. I just don't know if I want to. You have to remember, this is like the problem. Let me think. I've been embedded into Google Drive for like since it came out. And migrating a lot of stuff away from that is just becoming a hassle nowadays. And OneDrive I've also been using almost since I made this account that I have it on. And Google and OneDrive for normal customers or users is great for the price per gigabytes that you or price per storage that you're getting. Like if the best options for everyday, not enterprise, but everyday users for what you're getting for your money, OneDrive, or what is it called, Google One, or what the fuck they're calling it, Google no, it's not Google Plus, but the Google Drive. Those two are the two where you get the most bang of your buck. But if you want like really great stuff, Proton is up there. You know, it's blocked mainly because long time ago there was a phishing. Good old phishing attempts. I bought a year of Proton with my student discount. Yeah, if I could do that, I would probably do that also. Yeah, and like I said, most people don't need that level of encryption. So I do have, like I said, I have the free version of Proton Drive, and because I have their password manager, you get a little bit of extra price. You get a little bit of extra gigabytes, and I use it for like really, 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 really sensitive shit. I keep that there. But like I said, mainly Google Drive, and then OneDrive if I need things to sync faster. So if I want something to upload and don't want to use my local NAS, let's say I'm outside of my network, I upload to OneDrive because, like I said, it starts to sync faster than Google Drive does. It just seems like the whole, like from your upload of files and you can actually access it out from other devices, seems to, on average, work better on OneDrive. And that's as backup, and then if I need quick syncing, that's the only thing I really use it for. I should do that when I'm to be honest, like my pictures, because they all backed up on Google, and so I have both Google and Apple, the cheapest Apple thingy. So I pay both Apple, Google, and Microsoft for storage. But I used to have an iPhone, and I still use it once in a while because there are programs that I sometimes use. So like the program for my DJI that I bought, like an action cam that you guys have not seen footage from yet. Maybe you'll see that today. You'll definitely see it in a video soon because I'm using it as a backdrop. But there's a native app where you can basically control your action cams from an app. And on Android you have to sideload it, and there's a shit ton of issues with it and stuff like that. It's in the Apple Store. It works perfectly fine, and you can use it without having a SIM card connected to it. So so what I do if I'm going on my walks and I want to test or see how my action cam is doing, I just boot up the app and it just looks for the action cam. Is this your action cam? Yes, and then it connects to it without anything. I don't need any mobile data or anything like that. Just give me 1 second. I need to respond to this one. So yeah, you said you switched back to Apple. Oh, if you switch back to Apple. Yeah. So I do it to back up my basically mostly my pictures, because like I said, I also still take pictures with it. Even though I have newer phones, it's still, even though I have a 14 Pro, it still takes fucking amazing pictures. Like, it takes really, 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 really good pictures, and also videos. So if I should take videos for my YouTube, I will record that, or videos with a phone. I always record that with my iPhone, and then I use OneDrive as a not OneDrive, Apple Drive as a backup, and then I can access it easily with my Mac Mini and stuff like that. Because I still use my Mac Mini quite a lot. I use it like right now I use Windows mostly, and I would say my Mac Mini is secondary. I use it after I got laid off. I use it quite a lot because I'm not that dependent on Windows anymore. The only thing that really keeps me on Windows is gaming, man. I know you can do it on Linux, but it's jank as fuck. You know, I had so many issues gaming on Linux. It's not even funny. And the fun thing is, it's not Proton or the game that's the problem. It's the distribution that fucks up. It's either then Windows managers have weird fucking issues, or the desktop environment, or other external things on Linux makes the game stutter and shit like that. Like you can clearly see in some instances that gaming on Linux, if you want the best experience, you have to run SteamOS. Are you still with your female? Those don't have their own AI chat. Oh god damn, I'm so fed up with AI, man. I'm so tired of talking about it. It's such a fucking... the bubble either is about to burst or is slowly bursting because Chat or OpenAI / Chat, the people that own ChatGPT, did not meet their business target this quarter, and a lot of people are afraid now. You share your laptop with your girlfriend for her nursing class, so... Yeah, I can see that she needs Windows for that. And honestly, in that case, I would not even dual boot with Linux. I would just keep Windows on it. And then maybe run Linux in a VM or something like that. Just to make sure that nothing gets fucked up. Because we all know dual booting can sometimes fuck things up. A Windows update can fuck a bootloader up if you're not careful. And etc. The sad reality is that Linux as a desktop OS is just not like... Can you do it? Of course you can. Like you can force yourself to do a lot of things. You can wake up every morning at 5 o'clock and go to the gym for 5-10 hours, and only eat broccoli and chicken and rice. But should you? Like should you? That's the question. I bought a 3DS. I'm thinking about getting a Switch too. And mod it. Oh, that would be great videos. So I'm slowly I'll not say spitballing, but I am coming up with content for my second channel. Content I want to make for my second channel. So some of the video that will come up in next month, I'm ditching my smartwatch, so I'm buying a shit ton of Casio watches, maybe some Timexes, that do almost everything that a smartwatch does besides being connected all the time. So I'm making a video about like a nerd ditching smartwatches, and I kind of did that last year-ish, because I went from... First I had like a Samsung watch, then I went down to an Apple watch, and Samsung watches and Apple watches are great for what they are, don't get me wrong, but the battery life just sucks on them, and I don't want to pay like double the price to get like the ultra version just to get like a 1 extra day of battery life. So I got like a Garmin Instinct 3, the new one that came out, and I charge it once a month, and I love that. I love that about it, that I only charge it once a month. And it's a great watch. It takes solar, and it's an amazing rocket watch, which I need because I'm not good with my equipment. But it still is, you still need the fucking phone for a lot of things, and it's still... Notification this and notification that and notification this. I used to have like a outdoor watch between this one here and ditching my smartwatch. It was a Sunto that only did like ABC, altimeter, barometer, and compass. And I fucking... No, that was also connected to my... that also had to be connected to my phone. So that's right. So after that, I bought a really, really cheap analog watch, and I used that for like a month, and I fucking loved it. But it was so bad it didn't keep time right and stuff like that. And it was like, okay, the middle ground, a good Garmin watch that has a lot of the smart functionalities, but only notification. So I got that when I had my iPhone. But again, you get... I will not say addicted, but every time it vibrates, you look at it. Because it could be a phone call, it could be a notification. And it's just like, oh, you reached your steps today, or something like that. So I'm getting... I already have a G-Shock, one of those mimicking the 90s a little bit, but it's white, and it's really small display and stuff, but it's one of those from their design series, I think you will call it, where it's more design over form. So I'm getting a G-Shock, and then I'm getting a watch that do have Bluetooth that I can connect, but it only tracks steps, because I do like my step tracking. So when I'm going out for my walks and stuff like that, I will be using that. And here's the thing, it's the step tracking watch is like a $30 or $50 watch. It costs nothing. And you can also click. It can do a lot of things with your phone. You just don't get messages on it, but you can like tap and it will remember your location and all that fucking shit. And then I may get another Casio, or I will get a Timex. I probably go with it because I'm going to buy 3 watches. 2 or 3 Casios, or 2 Casios and a Timex. I kind of want the Timex one because it's like a military watch with solar in it. But I just want to get away from being reachable and attached all the time, if that makes sense. It drives me nuts that, you know, dude, go back to go back to a Casio. Get a Casio. That's why I'm doing a Casio, because they're super cheap. And find one you like with the features you like. So one of the the G-Shock that I'm getting has solar, so it has unlimited battery basically. The other ones that I'm getting, they all have 10 years battery life. 5 alarms. One of them I'm thinking about getting also. Well, they all also have world time, but one of them have dual world time. They all have countdowners, stopwatches. They have everything you need. And I was thinking about getting like a Pro Track or something like that, with like altimeter, barometer and stuff like that. But if I need that, I still have my Garmin. That's way better than my smartwatches for outdoor activity. So if I am going out and off tracking or something like that, I can just take my Garmin with me, and I can use the compass functionalities of it and stuff like that. But get like go look up Casio watch. They're cheap as fuck, and they're really, really good. And then find a stupid watch that have like and it don't have to be an analog. Just find a digital. Like, I'm a digital boy. I like digital watches more than analogs, but I can appreciate a good analog clock. Get like a good Casio for like $50, and then run with that for like 2 weeks. Like, your stress levels and your anxieties go down like fuck. And then if you are waiting on important shit, then, you know, activate your smartwatch again. Because my plan here is that, let's say I'm doing something and I am waiting for an important call. I'll put my Garmin back on that gets the notifications, and then I will just, like, in those instances, if I need to be reachable, I will, of course, use my outdoor smartwatch, or what you will call it. And then just for the rest of it, if I want to, let's say I know today nobody's going to reach me, like I'm not waiting for important meetings or anything like that, and I want to go for a walk in the forest, I will take my step tracking Casio watch on. Because then I noticed I was doing it while I was walking. I have about 3 or 4 hours of walk recorded. And I was looking at my watch all the fucking time, and not to see the time. It was like, then a notification for that, then a goal was reached. That, oh, you walked 10K today, congratulations. And, you know, it just gets really irritating. In my opinion, it takes away the enjoyment of just being out in nature. Because then you are observing a deer or rabbit or something like that running around doing animal bullshit things. And then, oh, what's going on? And you're looking at your watch to see, and it's just like, oh, you have a memory on Facebook. You have to look. Oh. And you can spend time deactivating all of that shit, of course. But I would say every nerd should have one smartwatch and then a shit ton of other watches, and then basically only use the smartwatch when needed. And then primarily use the dumb watches, because it's such a fucking relief, man. Oh. Oh. I have to help someone find a coding project for the weekend. What is this bullshit? Oh, someone just found out that Sorion Pro is a scam. Yay. But yeah, like I watched a video where it was a fitness video, a fitness guy, and he was talking about that. Let's get rid of this. He was so he used his smartwatch for fitness. So he had like, I think it was an Apple Watch. And he used it to track his fitness. But he got what the fuck did he call it? Like, this is like 2 or 3 years ago I watched this. He called it smartwatch anxiety. So instead of actually just working out and doing stuff, you know, like lifting weights and whatnot, he would be checking his smartwatch more and get anxiety. Oh, he haven't done anything, and that sent him into a spiral of holy shit, you know, nervous. He got nervous, got anxieties that then demotivate him. It actually demotivated him because he was like, shit, I'm like 200 steps behind today, or I'm like 30 minutes workout behind today, and oh my god, I have to make it up tomorrow, and blah blah blah. And it actually made him be less consistent. Where he tried without tracking his things with a smartwatch, but doing it the old-fashioned way with like what is it called? Just writing it down, like, oh, today I did this. This is my weight, and this is how many calories I've eaten today, and just write that down on a piece of paper or in an app or something, and then just leave it alone. And then he just went by his normal, whatever he normally did, and then every time he did something, he just wrote it down either on his phone or in an app or whatever the fuck it was. But he didn't sync his watch to it, and it made him sleep better. This is another thing. People that use watches to sleep, they found out that if the watch tell them that they had a bad night's sleep, even though they did not have a bad night's sleep, they will have a bad day because they think they got a bad night's sleep. So they get tired, like this, like not imposter syndrome, but they looked at their watch and said, like, maybe you should take it easy today because you didn't sleep that well, and they will be like tired all day and shit like that because the watch told them that they will be tired all day. And they did the same test with this here, that try to sleep with a smartwatch to track that shit, and then do it a month or weeks, I can't remember what it is, without it. And again, they found out that they had better days without having the smartwatch tracking their shit because they didn't get smartwatch anxieties, or what you will call it. So the only reason they knew they had a bad day was if they actually felt bad, because as the person said, a lot of the times when the watch told them that they would be tired, they were actually not tired, but they made themselves feel tired because the watch told them that they were tired. And apparently this is a thing that's happening nowadays, where all of these things that are tracking us is dictating how we feel, because we are looking at them to tell us how to feel. Should I be tired today? Should I not have enough energy today? Should I feel underslept or overslept today? And we look at our devices to tell us this dude has no idea what the fuck he's talking about on my Discord. Like, Linux users are so fucking stupid nowadays. It's not even funny. It's so fucking funny. Every time something goes wrong with anything in Linux, it's like, the GPL needs to be updated. We need to update the license to accommodate. No, the license is not meant to tell people what to do and not to do in a sense of how to manage the money side of a software. Or the only thing the GPL is there for is to make sure that software code that are being written stays open or accessible, open and accessible. That's the only thing it's the license for. It's not for how to run a company or how to run a project or how to manifest your way into loneliness or whatever the fuck you want. It's just there to make sure that people using this software, if they're modifying or adding to it, that section is open and accessible. It's the only thing that it's there to make sure that the code is always open and accessible, and that's it. And I don't know why that's so hard for people to understand. It's almost like there should be a law against oxygen or something like that. You need it to breathe. Yeah, but people are breathing weird. Yeah, but some people will misuse oxygen, you know. It's one of the big components for fucking explosive, funny enough, and fire. Like, we can't have fire without oxygen. It's like, oh, well, we should ban oxygen then, or there should be like a law in the oxygen license so fire could not exist. Yes. I recorded a video. Someone posted I probably will make it public when I go to bed today, but they posted a video about the downfall or whatever the fuck is about Ubuntu, because again, hey, lo and behold, there's a new Ubuntu release, so that's the hate cycle is going into full effect again. And I basically made a video saying that that's what's going on. Like, every time a new Ubuntu release comes out, and if you are a Linux content creator, you have to make a Linux video about how bad the new Ubuntu release is, because it's so fucking... It gets you views. People love to bitch and moan about Ubuntu, and there's no reason for it. Like, Canonical is not doing anything worthwhile bitching and moaning about. They really are not, other than exposing a shit ton of new people to Linux. Helping the Linux community. Helping you get free shit. But nope, new Ubuntu release. It's mandatory for a good little Linux content creator. You have to make a anti-Ubuntu video, else you're not a good Linux creator. And I made a video talking about this. I called it second monitor content, because it's basically just me sitting and fapping while having Google search up. But it's so funny that nowadays, 2 times a year, it's a mandatory bitching on Ubuntu time. You have to make a video saying Ubuntu bad okay. It's not like I would rather have Canonical running Microsoft than Microsoft, or running Windows than Microsoft running Windows. Canonical is not doing anything. The only thing Canonical is doing is satisfying their paying customers. And that's not the Linux desktop user. We have had so much time to show Ubuntu or Canonical that we are willing to be their main focus. And we didn't show it. And how do you show that? By supporting them with time or money. And we did none of that. And I don't know why people think it's free to run a Linux distribution. I see all of these new Linux distributions comes up and they all have websites and all of that fucking shit. That costs money. Like, buying a domain, web hosting, even if you're hosting it locally and you're forwarding your port to your local network, it still costs you electricity and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people, they stop doing their hobby projects because they can't afford it anymore. You know, there's so many Linux distributions that are stopped because they can't afford it anymore. It's people need to be more appreciated for what they have in the FOSS world, or else it's going to shit up and end bad for everyone. If you want big corporations out of your FOSS software, you have to be the main contributor to it. You have to be the main donator to it. That's the only way you get it out of your FOSS software. Because someone has to pay for the infrastructure, the developers, the R&D, the testing. That's not fucking free. You know? So, like I said, January this year, I'm slowly focusing more on open source software, but I don't only use... I don't care. I stopped caring. I honestly stopped caring about what license my software has. Is it good software? Yes, I'm using it. Is it good software but run by a bad company? I'm not using it. Is it a good software that's run by a good company? I want to use it. That's how I look at things. The license only matters to developers. Anyone else can fuck themselves. It's a developer tool issue, and running your life accordingly to what OS you're running or what license you're running. You are trying to live in a world you are not occupying. You know. It don't matter. It really don't matter. And all of these, like I said last stream, like these user-based tool mentality, like the user-based tool people, they are ruining it for everyone because they care about that shit, and they should. They shouldn't. It don't matter. Like, way before Linux became what it is today and all that shit, like when we had all of this up-and-coming YouTube, if you want to start a YouTube channel in 2010, let's say, there were certain things you needed. You need, of course, the hardware side, so microphone, the computer, and all that bullshit. And then it would be, okay, what do I then need? Well, you need a recording software. OBS is really good, or starting to become really good. Like I said, we are in the 2010 starting of the 2010. So use that. Also, it's free. You don't have to pay split money anymore and stuff like that. Oh, cool. And you can record gameplay, and you can live stream from it if you want to. Oh, I'm so tired of this dude. And then they were like, you probably also need like some form of like a low-key audio mastering system. And back then, I think it was Adobe had some massive expensive suite that some people that had money were using. But there was this open, or this not open, there was this free software that is really good called Audacity. So people were using that, you know. Like, if you started as a YouTuber in 2010, 13, 14, 15, you got recommended a shit ton of FOSS software, even on Windows. But they didn't say that use this because it's FOSS. They said use this because it's great for what you need. It fits your use case really well, and you don't have to pay a shit ton of money for it. So the price and and what it could do were the two main factors. And then people start to look into why people are doing this for free. Like, why the fuck can I get like this enterprise level software for free? And they were like, oh, it's this open source reason thing. So they would be like, oh, you can get this open source or FOSS software for free, and it's really great for streaming content creation. They didn't choose OBS because it was FOSS. They didn't choose Audacity because it was FOSS. VLC was not the most used video player ever because it's FOSS. No, it's because it's free, and it's either better or do the same job as paid software. Or do the job as good as paid software. That's the only reason. That's to the extent people care about all of this. And the Linux world need to understand this. Because the Linux world, the user base, true Linux users, they want everyone to care about the license of their software. That's not how the world works. If you meet the perfect fucking girl and you see she's wearing Walmart fucking t-shirts, and I don't support Walmart, we click, you're perfect for me, I'm perfect for you, but you buy Walmart t-shirts. We cannot be together. Nobody would ever fucking say that has a sane mind in their life. Like, nobody would say that if they were somewhat even if they were somewhat crazy. But that's how the Linux world live. If you're not doing this and this and this, like, it's almost like getting into like a club where how you live your life is dictated. And if you step outside of you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. So if you're only doing the things that they allow you to do, that they is like, this is acceptable in our group. But if you step outside, we will ostracize you. That's how the Linux world works. You know, that's how that world works. The Linux world is as much they want to say about openness and inclusiveness. Why do you hate Microsoft? Why do you hate Windows users? Why do you hate proprietary software? That's not inclusive. Because inclusiveness also means that you include things you don't like. You understand why people would like something else. And you therefore include those kind of people in also, even though you don't agree with them. That's why I love the Mac and the Windows community as like the nerds of it. I don't like the companies. But if you go into a Mac or Windows forum or something like that and you say, I'm a FOSS advocate, I'm a Linux user, they don't care. They love to talk with you. But if you go into anywhere that's something to do with Linux and FOSS and say, I like this proprietary software, you might as well just give them your tester code on a platter. Or I use Windows mostly. You might as well just dance around them while they are fisting you without looping up. You know. Because in the Linux world, it's almost like social justice warriors. We accept you if you follow these rules. They are really strict rules what you can do. What you can use and why. It's mind-boggling how uninclusive and how close-minded a lot of these FOSS and Linux advocates are. And the bad thing is, and this is the really bad thing, just go on to YouTube and look at your common, everyday, average Linux content creator. They are promoting and fostering this 1000%. And the more popular they get, the more they are doubling down on it. That's why I actually don't like watching Linux content. Because you almost never learn anything. It's about, oh, look at this cool tool. And then they spend the majority of the video bitching and moaning about Microsoft and proprietary software. Or how open source and FOSS is going to make everything in the world be right again. Like, what the fuck? Like, I just want to see this, you know. What happened here? Oh, thank you. Thank you. What do you call simple, balanced reality? Thank you so much, man. Yeah, it's just a fucking mess, man. It really is. I used to watch so much Linux content, but over the years, it's just become one fucking bitching and moaning about this and that and this and that and this and that. There's no... DJ Ware is one of the few people that still actually make content about Linux. Like, when he makes a video about Linux, you know it's about Linux and not like a 30-minute video about bitching and moaning about proprietary software and Windows and all that shit. You actually like, oh, okay, so we're actually testing something now, you know. Well, the Firefox settings goes under the open source, so, you know, like, it's kind of this, you know. I know DJ Ware livestream, but again, like, and I know this is bad, and I know that I'm hurting the content creators, but I am on purposely not engaging with any Linux content, because as good-hearted or minded as the creator is, the nature of the subject that they are talking about will draw those people in. No matter what. I've seen a lot of sudo I used to be in a lot of sudo reboots live stream. And I've also been in a lot of other content creators live streams, and it no matter how great the content creator is at making sure that there's less drama, there's always idiots in the comment sections or in the chat that make sure that happens. Or at some point, it turns into a us versus them. I used to stream a lot with English Bob Eaps, and we would be in Discord calls for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And it will always end up at some point, more than once, be an argument between proprietary FOSS, Windows versus Linux. And sometimes it was so bad that me and other people, we had to leave for like a while and come back again. Like, we just moved ourselves into another room and fucked around in there for like half an hour and then came back. Sometimes I would be part of the discussion. I'm not saying I didn't do it. Sometimes I'll be, if I felt like they're really fucking they're really fucking crazy, I would be part of it, but I tried not to be part of it. And that's why I stopped coming to his Discord calls, because it got too much. I just didn't like it anymore. Because we could be sitting in a farming simulator and just like blowing the field, and then it would be a random fucking discussion about, oh, why are you streaming, or why are you using Windows, and blah blah blah. And I'm not using Windows in my life, and then like, well, I have a Windows VM that I boot into every time I have to change the lighting on my mouse, or I have to set up my phone or something like that. So I use it once a week. Well, then you're not living a Windows-free life. Oh, and by the way, also using it at work. Well, then you're not living a Windows-free life, my friend. And then they will get super fucking angry, and there will be debate. It's almost unavoidable in the Linux world. Well, of course, there's similarities between the cult-like mentality between Firefox and Linux, because Firefox has made it a point that they are open source project. Like the Fire Mozilla developers. So when a project does that, it attracts the same people like Linux attract, the FOSS mindset people. The zealots, or what you will call them in FOSS, are the exact same zealots in Linux. They are probably the ones that are really obnoxious in Firefox are most likely also Linux users. Because them making a big deal out of them being a FOSS project and acknowledging this proprietary software bad and K and Microsoft bad and K and Windows bad and K and all of those things, they go with it. But also you have to remember, like, was it in 2020? Firefox, the developers of Firefox, they wanted to be able to censor what content you got on their browser, on Firefox, because they did not want to promote one political party. So they were talking about implementing censorship in their browser. And of course the community got really, really angry and stuff like that, so they didn't do it. But they have talked about this more than once, that they want to do that. And you can't do that as a software company. It's the Linux world is in such a bad state that they don't even know it. You see all these content creators, like right now it's Ubuntu. Everyone is angry at Ubuntu because a new Ubuntu release comes out. So it's the month of shitting on Ubuntu for some fucking weird reason. With no justification, by the way. It's just we just don't like them because they are big, or they don't make the colors the way we want them, or they don't pre-install my favorite browser. It's all pointless bullshit reasons why they're angry at Ubuntu. But the Linux community is all about being angry at the moment. The last 10 years, it's angry. And I just don't want to deal with that shit anymore. Like, I don't want to watch that content anymore. I don't want to engage in their communities anymore because of this. I'm not signing up to like a military militia or something. Like, I'm not like, for the cause! Yes, I'm ready! I have my war paint on! Let's march towards the enemy! Like, it's a fucking software. You know, like, we are not like, well, we could debate that almost any big multi-billion-dollar company, trillion-dollar company is inherently evil. I could kind of agree with that. But no, like, when you then ask them to get out of their basements and say, okay, let's march to the Senate and do something about it, they all fucking say no. Let's put money where our mouth is. They all say no. They love being these online activists, but they don't want to do the real thing. The only reason why a lot of Linux users or FOSS users don't like proprietary software and Windows is because a lot of their services cost money, and FOSS services don't cost money. And like anyone else, people like free shit. If I can get free shit, I take, give me the free shit. You know, like, nobody say no to free shit until it's about, like, you've been using this free shit for so long, we kind of need some help here, or else we can't continue this. And then all the excuses in the world, and well, maybe this other project is better because they're not asking me for help and money. Everyone wants to eat at the communal fucking casserole dish, but nobody wants to contribute to it. That's what FOSS is coming into now. It's all these people sitting here and talking about how great it is and how much of a community it is, and everyone can help out, and while nobody's doing it. It's one of I think I talked about this like the other stream I did. It's like the emperor without clothes kind of syndrome. The Linux community cannot see in how bad shape they are right now, because they're all telling themselves, they are all believing the illusion that they are not in a bad shape. They are sitting and making celebration over rising, like, what is it, like 0.02% in a year in the market share. It's like they fucking conquered the universe or something like that. And I get it, don't get me wrong, you should be stoked about it. Even if it was like 1% of the market share, it's still fucking nothing that they rose up. it means nothing. Mac OS and Windows, they don't have to be afraid of Linux desktop because there is no Linux desktop. They are making way too much money to worrying about Linux desktop. For them to worry about Linux desktop, it has to be about 10+%, I would say. Maybe when it gets like 8%, they will start being like, because now it's starting to approach into the, I think Mac OS is about 15+%. So if Linux get around like the 10 to 8%, you see they're really close to this up here. This looks like a penis, by the way, so let's do this instead. They're starting to approach Mac OS as users, yeah. Windows will still not give a fuck if it was 10%. You know. Yeah, buying Netscape was peak internet and browsing, yeah. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of things going on with Mozilla, and here's the thing. We all say that proprietary software is bad because it steals your data and blah 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 blah. Now we have a really good example of a open source company that potentially will do the same. So it's open source even now. People need to understand that it's not the license, it's the human using it. It's the human running the company. It's the humans building the software. They are the evil one. Proprietary software could be better than open source software if people didn't misuse it to cipher all your data and your money. Here's the thing. Let me clean out some shit here, my peeps. I'm going to tell you a little secret here, okay? And you can tell me how crazy I am when I tell you this secret, but Facebook, Google, Microsoft are using FOSS for evil. A lot of the spying that Google, Facebook, and Microsoft and telemetry that they are taking, there is FOSS software in the mix that they are using to help them do this. As we speak right now, they all of these and any other company that spies on you, take your data, frontal your left testicle. In some point more, some companies more, some companies less, but in that mix of software licenses and software that they utilize to get these things from you, there is FOSS software being used for bad. Actively using it to take your data. Maybe it's the server where the data is hosted is run by Linux, for example. For, Facebook and Google, they run a lot of Linux. So they're using Linux to help spying on you, at least holding the data that is collected from you. A lot of Facebook and Google products are actually FOSS related. Like there's a lot of FOSS components to them. Everyone loves to say that Android, our little good Android here, you know, he looks sad, but our Android here is the perfect example about Linux taking over market. But Android is also the biggest collector of data in the universe, or not, maybe not in the universe, but in the world. It's one of the most intrusive OSs to ever exist. Good old Android. It takes so much more data from you than Windows and Mac OS does. And everyone loves to say how open source Android is. So again, I don't get this. Well, I do get it, but the Linux world need to understand this. They need to understand what's going on. They can't sit and praise Android because it's like it's mostly Linux and it's the Linux kernel and all that shit, and it's doing worse thing than Microsoft is doing with Windows. But because it's running Linux, it's okay to be a devious, dubious bastard that only cares about money and owning everything from themselves. But if people are doing it with proprietary software and or Windows, it's not no, can't do that. It's okay for my children to steal your candy, but not anyone else's kids. Like there are so much fuss here being used for really bad shit. Just as they are being used for good. But I would hope that the Linux community at some point will grow up. But it's been like this for fucking decades, man. That's the problem. Like Windows had it phase where it had a lot of toxic users. Like in the 90s. And I'm not even joking, like the 90s for Windows and Mac OS, because they were fighting so much with each other, it was such a toxic place. Like there was Windows users and Mac users were so toxic back then. So toxic. But they kind of grew out of it in the early noughts. The Linux community just seems to get fucking more and more toxic, sadly enough. It's a sad state of reality, I guess. This should not matter that much. It really should not matter that much. What OS you and anyone else use should not matter. What license you and anyone else use should not matter. You are not getting more rich, you're not getting more poor. The rich people are getting richer no matter what fucking OS or license that they are utilizing. If you think Bill Gates could not become a billionaire if FOSS was around, you are not thinking right. He would just have done something else with software. Like rich people, if they don't sit here and be like, let's stay away from this FOSS thing because it's going to take away all our money. No, that's not how the world works. If you want to be anti-big businesses, you can run Linux. Linux is big business. Another thing, a lot of EU people, EU Linux users, it's like the EU is being, what is it called, becoming solvent or something like that. They are getting away from Microsoft products because they don't like Murica anymore. Linux is an American product, last time I looked. Linux is being controlled by American tech companies, last time I looked. Most of the FOSS world is, I think, have China subpoenaed them, but at least last time I checked, Americans were the one contributing the most to FOSS projects. American companies. And I think China was number 2. And they may be number 1 now, I don't know. So if you want to get away from using stuff that is in the hand of Murica, you can't even use Linux because it's embedded into the American fucking tech world. You're just the only thing that you're not, when you ditch Microsoft, the only thing that you are not reliant on anymore is Microsoft. And there can be benefits to that, of course. But you're still in the trenches of either America or China. You know, you are still reliant on those countries and what those countries' inhabitants are contributing, so you can run your thing. Everyone thinks that's because Linus, I was about to say Linus Tech Tips, but Linus Torvalds, good old diver body, was born and raised in Finland. That Linux is Finland. No, Linux is being developed in the United States. It's being sponsored. And I even think the license to Linux is owned by an American company that is employing Linus to work on it. The biggest, the one that puts the most money into the Linux kernel are multi-million, billion, trillion-dollar companies, mostly from America. So, your kernel that you are using can only function because of America and its businesses. And then we have like Fedora, Red Hat, American company. We have Canonical, that's Isle of Man, but UK, South African company. And we have SUSE, the big three. SUSE is a German company. But SUSE and Canonical cannot exist without the Linux kernel and all the work that is being put in by the American, or all the money being put in by American companies. I would say like SUSE and Canonical probably could fork Linux and be self-sustainable, but it will cost them a lot of money. Well, if you want privacy, and this is going to be fun to say, but if you want privacy, you have to go with Apple. Apple's software is actually, and the reason why they do it is not good, but if you want to run a big tech stack, they're the ones caring most about your privacy. Not saying that they care about it 100%, but they're the ones caring the most about it. Have you ever run an iPhone or Mac OS and how many fucking pop-ups you get every time a program wants to access just a minute little thing, a service in the backend? It's almost an irritation. This software wants to access this location. This software wants to access. Heck, I get pop-ups randomly that, oh, Google wants to access your local network to find devices on it while I'm browsing a website. You don't understand how much snooping around in your life software does until you run either iOS, iPad OS, or Mac OS. They actually tell you what's going on, and for the most part, give you an option to say no. I ran a lot of the same software on the big A and the Android, the exact same software, and I would get like 5 to 10 pop-ups on Apple and 1 to 2 on Android. That's it. If you're a developer and you want to submit something to either the Android store or the Apple store, you have to clarify on the Apple store a lot of things, like why do you need access to this? Why do you need access to this? Why do you need access to this? On Android, you don't have to clarify why you need. You just, not a lot of times, there's still some things, but for the most part, you just upload it. That's why you see a lot of bullshit on Android versus on Android store or Google Store versus the App Store, the Apple Store. As close-guarded and close-knit as Apple is, and how proprietary and money-hungry Apple is, if you can see past that they want to own everything about you and know everything about you, well, at least you know that they're the only one doing it when you're running their systems, or at least they're the only one having most of that data. I remember the first time I used modern Mac OS, when I got my first Mac Mini M2. And I'm not joking, setting it up, installing all the software I needed, I spent more time fucking clicking allow, disallow, deny boxes than I did actually setting up my software. Because almost anything I did on it, I had to give it permission. Like, just running OBS, I have to go into settings to allow OBS to record my microphone, not location, my screen, key presses, mouse input, etc., etc. On Windows, I just install it and everything works. On Linux, I just install it and then everything works. There's a lot of... I need to clear out my plate. The fuck is going on here? Shuffling on Spotify don't fucking work. Yeah. I did not know how intrusive a software like OBS is to your system. Basically, if you're running OBS, you're running a keylogger on your system. Did you know that? They track your keyboard input just like a lot of other software does, where you can use keyboard combinations to do things. Windows don't tell me about that. Linux don't tell me about that. Microsoft told me about that. So if you really want privacy, Apple is the way to go. And the reason why Apple is the way to go is because they want to be the only one knowing everything about you. So it's like, do you... it's a little bit like, okay, do I put my sensitive data in the face of thousands of different companies and people and stuff like that? Or do I trust this creepy uncle over there? You know, like, and then maybe some few other companies. It's a little bit like that you have to choose between that, you know. Do I go this way where I don't know where the fuck my data is ending up? Or do I go the other way where I know where it's ending up, but for me to actually live the life that I'm living, I have to give up some privacy. Which is another thing that people don't seem to understand, that you are not private when you're on the internet. We can't live in you cannot be anonymous on this internet. You can make it harder, but just for the sake of communication over the network, they need to know like your IP address needs to be known outside of your local network for things to work. That's just that simple. Like that's just like the simplest things. It's like, for this communication to happen that we're having right now, my IP address and your IP address needs to be somewhere outside where we don't have any control over it. It has to be known and accessible, or else this won't work. And if we use the so favorite VPNs, then we're just putting the trust into the VPN maker, the VPN host sites. Do we trust them? They become a middleman, you know. It's I don't know why people are not saying this anymore, but I remember when the internet came about and everyone was yelling and screaming at their lungs and they said this thing: everything that happens on the internet stays on the internet forever. It was like parents, teachers, you know, nerds, they were all like, be careful what you do online, because if it is online, it will be in some way, shape, or form online forever. If you say one bad word, it would be, hey Scooby, oh yeah, that's your old account, yeah. It will be findable or retrievable in some way, shape, or form forever. Nowadays, people don't really say that anymore. And I kind of feel that's a bad thing. You know, it's sad. It's like a cry, ooh, kind of bad. Because when your parents, your teachers, or anyone that gave a fuck about you were telling you, be careful who you talk to on the internet, or what you say on the internet, or what you post on the internet, because it will be there forever. It made everyone think, should I do this? Should I post this? Should I go onto this website? Should I download this thing? Because we gotten told from like we could breathe that everything we do and say on the internet will be there forever. And that also means anything you retrieve from the internet is locked forever. Look at how many websites that's not on the internet anymore, but you go back to the Wayback Machine and they are like, oh, hello. If you said a bad word in a forum post somewhere, there is a cache backup or whatever of it somewhere on the internet. That someone with enough energy, if they want to find it, they can. But nobody say that anymore. Everyone is like, we want to be private, we need privacy, but nobody is telling people that everything you do online is there forever. So I think a lot of people got too careless. And now they're finding out that, oh, this thing I did 10 years ago is coming back to haunt my butthole. You know. Me making fun of this developer is going to, like, he's now fisting me without lube because he's a billionaire today. And he retrieved this old comment I made on his game 20 years ago. It's almost going into a library where everything happening is being written down, and expecting that what you do is never going to be written down or noted or put on the record. The way that the internet and all of this communication function is because of records. You know, data is being sent that needs to be signed, that needs to be acknowledged, that needs to be validated, and that needs to be stored somewhere. You know, that needs to be stored and held somewhere. And that place where it's stored and held has backups, and they have backups, and then other people either legally back that up, and blah 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 blah. And then we are in this scenario nowadays where a lot of younger people think that they can just do whatever the fuck they want on the internet because nobody knows it. Because, I'm using a fake name. I'm using a VPN. There's a reason why the people that brought down the PlayStation Network for like a month, they got caught within like a few months. There's a reason why people uploading things they should not upload on the internet is getting found out really fast. Like, if you want to do bad things, it's easier to do it in the real world, like, when I say easy, meaning not being caught, than doing it online. Because if you're doing it online, it's just a matter of time before someone figure out who or what you're doing. And I love this argument, but I've been doing this pirating thing. Like, I've been downloading episodes since 2010, and I never got caught. And it's just, well, it don't matter for humanity, or it costs too much money to take you down. They rather take down the provider. So you are so lucky that even though they know that you're doing this bad thing, it's just financially don't make sense for them to go after you. But they know that you're doing it. And that's why a lot of people get away with a lot of shit they should not do on the internet, is that it's not heinous enough that it makes sense to spend millions or thousands of dollars to pursue you. Or you're not downloading enough for it to make sense to do. Like, if you download a video once in a while, like, who gives a fuck? They'd rather have, if you start to distribute it, now they start to give a fuck. Because now they can sue you for even more money. And that's the only reason why a lot of people don't get caught, well, or don't get prosecuted for doing illegal shit. It's just like, it's going to cost way too much money for society to do it, which is, is it a bad thing? It kind of is when you think about that. Well, we're not pursuing these bad people because it's too expensive, but that's just how it is. I remember, and this is like, fuck, what is this, like, almost 15 years ago now. I needed, there came out, was it one of the Marvel movies? Both Google, Android, and everything. I think it was one of the Marvel movies. One of the, it could be one of the, was it one of the first Iron Man movies? But for some reason, it took ages for it to come to Denmark. And I don't want to go to theaters. So I had to wait a long, long time to get access to it in Denmark. So I just downloaded it. I'm not joking. And I used a VPN and everything. A week later, I got a little fucking note in my post case that said that this address had downloaded this video. And my IP provider and what time I downloaded it. And I could be reliable for like $20,000 or something like that. If I didn't call this number or did something. And I just ignored it. Nothing never happened. And I had a few of those messages. Some of them probably were fake. But that's how easy it is. Like, they know that if they look like, oh, he lives in a one-room apartment, he don't have $20,000, you know. So they basically just ignored it. That's actually what stopped me from downloading illegal shit. I started to get those in the mail. And I'm like, yeah, this is not worth the risk. Just to be entertained. There's way other ways to entertain yourself. Yeah, I was talking about that people say that proprietary software is bad and FOSS is good. And I was explaining that Facebook, Google, and Microsoft are using a lot of FOSS programs to do bad shit, like collecting data, spying on you and stuff. And the biggest example of this is Android. There's so much FOSS in Android, and Android is one of the biggest data collector on Earth. And one of the biggest intrusive systems on Earth. What's wrong with Spotify? I can... Okay, this is another song. Okay, God. It sounded a lot like the one we already heard before, like 10 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They still believe that because you can see the source code that people can't do anything bad with it. And there is this thing here that people have to remember that is... You can. Not you have to or you will. You can, aka you have the capability or opportunity or accessibility to do something. There's a lot of things on Earth that we can do that we don't do. I need to make another video. I made 1 or 2 videos about this already. Maybe I should make a new one that's more updated. But a lot of people, they think that, well, because you can, it will be done. And it's this little phenomenon that has been arised in the FOSS community where everyone knows that somebody should probably look at this piece of code. Somebody should probably check it up. But because my neighbor can and their neighbor can, I don't have to do it because someone else is going to do that. And then they are saying the same shit that I don't have to do it because someone else is going to do it. And then it don't end up happening because everyone is thinking that, well, I don't have to because someone else will do it because we all could do it if we wanted to. And people always take the easiest way out. That's why we have bugs in FOSS software for decades. Is because people don't actually fucking look at the source code. Even people that look at the source code don't find the bugs. Why do people who have no IT software lead this? I don't understand. Why do people who do not have experience in open software lead this conversation? Oh, you mean, I think what you mean is promoting that mindset. I only hear tech YouTubers and followers go, if my yeah, so that's, yeah, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. And that is because those are the only one that has time to do it. I know this sounds really weird, but they have time to do it. So, you know, like the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know, like the... Those people are about here. And when they reach here, they stop. They don't think they need to learn anymore. They don't think they need to research anymore. They don't need to gather more information. They stop there. So it's perceive. I think it's like perceived knowledge. Let's call it PK, and actual knowledge. So let's call it AK. So they think they know everything. Mount stupid. And they don't know how little they don't know. And then the smarter you get, the more, the less you think you actually know. You would never hear someone on Mount Stupid up here say, I don't know, up here. You will hear a lot of people here and this way say, I don't know, I need to learn it, I need to look into it, or I forgot it. That's the sign of someone in this area down here. And most YouTubers and fanboys and stuff like that, they know just enough to say all the tech babble, to say all the fancy words, and they know just enough to be smarter than the average Joe. And that gives them this false sense of accomplishment, or this false sense of knowledge, perceived knowledge that they think they have. And they basically get drunk over their own power. They get drunk with their own perceived smartness and knowledge. And the people that do know this, they get shouted out because here, for every 10 of 1,000 there is here, there is maybe 10 here of these. So there are more people on Mount Stupid that are louder, that have more time, because they don't do their research, they don't learn, they don't better themselves. And there are more people, so it's easier for them to get through to the masses than it is for the people that actually know what the fuck they're talking about. And that's the problem. We see, like, the reason why you see those YouTubers is that because most, like anything, like a lot of people, they call it infotainment, knowledge, entertainment knowledge. Like it or not, most people on YouTube that watch YouTube don't want to learn. Yeah, and that's a stupid mindset to be laughed at and attacked for having a neutral mindset of Microsoft and Windows. That's just a mindset of someone that don't know what they're talking about. But most Linux YouTubers, most successful Linux YouTubers, if you look at what their channel is about, it's talking about the narrative. They spend hours on live streams, they spend hours making videos talking about how bad proprietary software is, how good Fuzz is, Linux is the best thing ever, Windows and Mac OS is the worst thing ever. And then once in a while they will give you a little bit of information, they will give you a little bit of knowledge, but mostly they are there to basically be a preacher, preaching and spreading the word of our Jesus Christ Linux the kernel. They are basically Linux preachers. And a lot of people that goes into Linux love watching that, because if you're a little bit unsure about, oh, I'm switching to Linux, you just watch one of those Linux videos. You feel better about yourself. And you find other people that think like you. You find other people on Mind Stupid like you. And that's why you hear them. Because smart people don't want to be part of that conversation, because they feel like it's dragging them down to some degree. And they just they're just like, you know what, there's a flock of fucking idiots over there yelling and screaming about a line of code that they don't even understand what it's doing. yeah, we rather build this fucking enterprise software that is making billions of dollars every year, and then just let them be alone and making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, while these over here are fighting over making $1,000 a year on YouTube. So the smart people just like the crazy people fighting each other and fighting all the scraps of YouTube to go and make the big money in a big corporation. So they don't even want to bother with it. It's kind of like I said in the other live stream with the level 1, 2, and 3 mindset or user base of Linux. So those would be level 1 in the understanding of the subject. And the ones up on Mount Stupid here would be level 2 or user base 2. And level 3 is just the everyday normal person. And the level 1, the knowledgeable, the experts, the gurus, or what you will call them, they don't want to deal with that shit. They don't want to deal with a random fucking commenter getting mental in the comment section and bitching and moaning about how much they think they know. And the sad thing is, like they say, like don't argue with a fool because he will beat you with experience. So the people that should speak up don't, because they don't want to be entangled in the bullshittiness, in the mindlessness of the conversations that the level 2 or user base 2 people are having. So they just step out and they find other level 1 people and they just create their own little community. But because it's easier to get to level 2 or get up to Mount Stupid, it takes less time and it's easier. There's a lot of people there. You know, the harder they get, the fewer the people that are there. And the sad reality is that it's so good, or it's so easy to make content nowadays. And it's so easy to find other people like you, that think like you on the internet, that if you have a more popular opinion, and a lot of popular opinions is just not because they're good, they're popular because that's what most people understand, and most people are not that smart. That's just a fact. Most people only, about any subject, only really understand the bare basics. So if you only are talking about the bare basics, you can reach a bit broader audience. If you're talking lower than the bare basics, they feel insulted and they don't want to listen to you. If you talk over their head, well, you don't know what you're talking about, you know it all, and blah, 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 blah. So Linus Tech Tip is a really good example. Good old LTT. His content is 90% entertainment, 10% knowledge. He understand, or they understand how to make content that speaks to this group here. Because that's where there are most people. If you then look at DJ Ware, why his channel don't have 10 million subscribers is because he is speaking to these people here. There's just not that many people that can understand or follow along with his content. He's just too fucking knowledgeable. But had he started to jump around in a bear suit and had, like, I hate Microsoft tattooed on his majestic chest, do all of these gimmicks and had a lot of explosions and all of that shit going on, a lot of the Mount Stupid people will come down and watch it because now they're getting entertained, But that means that he has to educate less. Don't talk about project managers. That's why I'm unemployed right now. Yeah. They did the same with us, and so I talked with a developer that still works for the company I used to work for, and they have problems with AI. They gave him an AI-coded project. It took him 10 minutes to have root access to everything in it. And you know what their excuse was? well, it's not production ready yet. Had he not done that 10-minute test, they would never have known it. And it seemed like everything was vibe coded. But yeah, I basically got fired because I was too vocal about that stuff. It was the same project manager or department manager that's just like, let's change coding language. Why? Because the team that I ran before this know this coding language and we need to work together. And I'm like, so we are changing a 5-year project's base code language to another one because you worked 1 year with a team that knows TypeScript. Yeah. So then we can easily work together. Like, if you are hiring developers, I told this, if you're hiring developers that can only do TypeScript, you are hiring bad developers. They should be able to help each other no matter what coding language it is. Figuring out where a problem is don't have much to do with the coding language as it has to do with your abilities to troubleshoot. And understanding just general development and coding and paradigms. Because a method is a method, a function is a function. A class is a class. The only difference in coding languages is how you type them on paper. Oh yeah, they love React and TypeScript, so he wanted to rebase a 5-year-old project with thousands of hours put into it that are working right now to TypeScript and React because his 5 developers are doing it on a mobile site. It will make it easy to work with each other. No, it won't. And yeah, Labor, don't fucking think about it. You just do you, man. Work is the most important thing. And I was like really, really angry. I was really outspoken about it, and I'm 1000% sure that's why I got, Well, they don't only know TypeScript, but he hires people that are that prefer TypeScript or JavaScript. So he hired a shit ton of developers that prefer JavaScript, TypeScript. So web developers or full stack developers. Yeah, they're not. No. Here's the thing, my boss man. Most of the developers that he hires have not even left uni yet. They are still in education. Because then you don't have to pay them that much. Most of the development team, after they got together, after they merged the departments together, and we got him as a project lead, most of the development team don't even have diplomas that they are developers yet. They are still in the educational phase. They are part-time they are developers in a part-time job before they even got the certificate that they are developers. And they have no background other than being 18 years old and in university, 18, 19 years old. And one of the reasons why he didn't want me, official reason why he didn't want me on the team was because I don't have paper that I know what I'm talking about. Which I do. I have web development courses and papers that I told them I had, but they never asked to see. But that got me fired. Because I didn't want to push AI, and I called him out on all the stupid shit that he was doing that will cost him a lot of time and will cost him a lot of money, and it is starting to cost him a lot of headaches, and in a year or two when they have to scale and shit like that, it's like, yeah. If you mention AI to him, he comes in his pants. He thinks AI will be the savior of humanity. And this dude can't understand. He can't develop. He don't understand code. But he's like, well, if I can manage people, it don't matter what they're doing. Managing people is the same. Managing a garbage truck is the same as managing a software team. Managing a group of engineers or physicists is the same as managing a group of developers. That's how he thinks. He's the same guy that do sprints. You remember that I was talking about with sprints? That he thinks it's a week-long thing. Because then he can go to the weekly meeting and talk about it. So it was a business application that basically ran the management of the warehouse, ordering, price setting, posting on stores, so putting items for sales on online stores, and handling all of that. From getting items in the house, getting them checked out, to put them in stock, with quantities and all of that shit, and then finding a price, putting it on the stores, posting on the stores, keeping track of the database and whatnot. And we were in the process, or not me, but the main developer was in the process of modernizing it. And I was in the process of building a mobile version of that I had a beta version ready January this year. But because we got merged and stuff like that, I could not work on it because I had to wait. So we got merged mid-January. No, it was not cloud-based. We wanted it to be. We wanted the database to be cloud-based. So the database was not local, but it was in the cloud. But no, it was locally done. So I had to stop the project I was working on because the manager had some vacation and stuff like that. So we got merged officially in January, but only late February had he time to actually do something. And I was doing this mobile project, basically doing that thing, or transferring over to a mobile thing. And we were 1 week away from a beta, from putting out into production in beta version, so they could test it out. But we had to hold it because he didn't tell us what projects to work on. He just, I'm your new manager, and I have some things to do, and I'm only available in a month or so. So we got a new team leader, and they didn't know how far along the project was because they never talked to me. So he vibe coded a replacement for it, and I'm like, I could have done this in a day. But he spent a week vibe coding a new project, basically, in TypeScript and React, because that's what the new manager wanted. And then the new manager started to take me away from all of the projects that I have started in that company. He just, all the things where you would say I'm the lead developer, it was just like he just transferred that all to someone else. He did that for slowly over like a month. And I'm like, I know what you're doing. Don't bullshit me. You don't like me, so you're transferring all the things that I spent hundreds of hours building those things at home for free and gave to the company. I told the boss, I've done this at home. It's 99% my original code from home, but I'm giving this to you in good faith and shit like that. And and then the new manager basically just railroaded me and took all of that work that I've done and gave it to someone else. And I was also doing infrastructure support at the same time, yes. So I was doing normal desk support, as you will call it, what layman's doing, and I was doing infrastructure shit when he allowed me to do it, because the boss that I had was like, he wanted to do everything on his own. So I would be like, yeah, I can't help you, we don't have this keyboard, we don't have this cable, and he would be like, but I have a stack over here, and he would point into like a secret stash in his office. So I looked like a fool, like, I can't help you, I don't have the cable, but like, we have the cable right here, we don't need to order it. Or if you had to do something infrastructure-wise, he would just do it without telling me. Because he wants to be a nerd. And then want me to fix it when something went wrong. You know. So here's another thing, Scooby. I don't have an NDA. And I told them that. A year into my employment, I told them that everything we do, we could sell and we could copy because the code is not licensed and we don't have an NDA. And they had all kind of excuses and blah blah blah. And even in my I got renewed my contract like a month before I got laid off. And you know what my contract says? Kent is working at this company, this is his manager, he is doing this. That was all. That is all. My name, my new department head, and my job title. That was and then how many hours I worked and my salary, of course. But that was all there was in my new contract. So I can sit right now, if you want to, and I can tell you exactly how they coded those software. Because what they were doing is like, the developer is actually super smart. I talk to him almost 2 or 3 times a week still. Like, he did some amazing shit. You know, he did some amazing shit. And we had a lot of amazing shit that we want to do. And they could have made and I told my old boss this so many times, he could make so much money on that software if he just did it the right way. But he wanted to go. I don't know what happened, why he's the way he thinks, but he's not that smart. My boss thinks because he makes money that he's the smartest. My old boss thinks that just because he makes money, he's super smart. He's not. You don't need to be smart to make money. You just need to be lucky and be at the right place at the right time with the right idea. That you don't necessarily need to be smart to make money. You need to be smart to make a lot of money, but you don't need to be smart to make enough money. But yeah, because I don't have an NDA, I can sit and talk about anything you want to hear about that company. And they can't do anything about it. They can't do nothing about it. But yeah, this is the last time I do anything for free for anyone. Because my boss was like, he was also all up about AI, and the new manager was also up about AI, you know. I don't have an IT assault. No, the only background I have is like the courses that I took in accounting, software development, mostly on the web development side, and a little bit of databasing. So basic accounting, basic databasing, basic. Think about a little bit like a really, really, really light full stack course with a little bit of photoshopping and stuff like that put in. But I never worked in IT or software before professionally. It's all been hobby, you know, helping other people, advising people, like what I'm doing here, basically. Helping family members, looking into what they should do, helping a little bit of people with software-related shit. But I never, because when I started the job as just an infrastructure guy. But then I did everything I could with infrastructure, and I needed something else to do, so I started to develop. Software for them that they need. I will hear them like, oh, if only we had this little program that did this. So I did that for them, and then we wish we had a program that did that. Hi, Rebo, man. So I did that little software for them. So in the beginning, I did a lot of small little software, and they found out that I actually could develop. Or I could learn to develop. So I was helping the main developer doing a lot of things. And they were really happy for it. They really liked what I was doing. Until the new manager came in, and I didn't follow his... I didn't buy into his management style, let me put it that way. Of meeting for meeting's sakes, sprints that's 1 week long, AI first, React Native, TypeScript first, and making changes that make no sense. So here's a fun thing. We wanted to, like I said, we wanted to have our database in the cloud. So for a year, we have been fighting to get that in the cloud. Then we got the new manager, and we were like, dude, we need this in the cloud. Can we use Supabase? And he had no idea what we were talking about. What is it? So I had to explain to him what Supabase was. And I told him, I said, dude, this don't work. We can't sit here and tell you we want something. Because, like, just tell me what you want, I'll help you get it. Like, dude, if we want something, then we have to not say, then we first have to say we want this thing, and then we have to teach you what this thing is. And make sure that you understand what this thing is and why we need it, so you can ask the boss if he can get it. Yeah, but that's fine, that's okay. No, like, it takes so much time. It was better if one of the developers was the team leader that could go up and say that. So we had to spend a day, I'm not joking, a day to explain to him what Supabase was. and how it worked and why we needed it, and we didn't get it. A month later, they hired a new team leader that everyone loved because he was so into AI. And we told him how our infrastructure worked and how our backends worked. It's like, you don't have a online database. No, we've been trying to get Superbase for months now. You don't even have Superbase? So he looked into Superbase, like, yeah, that will work perfectly for your use cases. You will get it tomorrow. It took us, I'm not joking, it took us like 1 hour to convince him we need a Superbase, versus our new manager, it took like a day or 2 days and we still didn't get it. And he could not understand why that's a problem. And I tried to explain to him, like, dude, you can manage us, but you cannot really manage us if you don't know what we are doing. Because then when we ask you to help us with something, you can't help us because you think it's one thing and we need another thing. So we have to teach you what this is or explain to you what this is. And that can take way longer than if we just had someone that could explain to our boss why we needed it. Because then if we teach you what this is or explain to you what this is, that don't necessarily mean that you understand it. So when you go to the boss, you may say something totally fucking different. And I think that's what got me fired, to be honest, is that I criticized him too much publicly. Because he's... Let me put it this way, the new manager we got is the worst manager I've ever seen in my life. And before that was my boss. He's worse than my boss. And I told the new team lead that, he's like, why is he still here? Why is he the manager? It's like, you do know that insecure managers, they don't hire people that are better than them. They hire people that are worse than them because it makes them feel better about themselves. So we were managed by people that don't know what the fuck they were doing, and the people that knew what they were doing were silenced. Still to this day. So the other team that this manager was working for, they made basically a replica of this management tool, but for the mobile phone also. Yeah, we did a lot of duplicating efforts, by the way. And we have a guy that has 5 years of experience with that, with how that worked, with this online stores and the backends and the APIs and the call limits and everything. They worked on that for a year. They asked him one time for advice. One time. And mostly I think that's because the manager didn't want them to do it. Because if one of their developers was sitting in our development room, he was sparring with us a lot. But the second he got into his own room with his own team, the team that he was working with, they never came into us anymore. And when we got merged together, the new manager sat with the team I was in to monitoring us like we were barbarians that could not work, and let the other team work alone. He was babysitting us, but not them. And we had to be more like them, and them not more like me, like us. And I also told him, like, you were telling a team that in 5 years have built this company's software suite up from ground up, and are making the money that this, helping to make the money this company is making. You were telling us to adopt to your team that have not made any money yet. That has not had a proof of they have a product, but it's not proven to be a sustainable product. That's why they had to merge the teams together, because it was not self-sufficient. So you're telling a development team that are making money and doing all these, that are making a million a month, to be more like the software company that you were working for, that is a mobile app that makes no money at all. Yeah, that's what he wanted us to do. And then I got more and more fucking irritating and more outspoken, and then I got called into HR. And then when you get called into HR with your department head and the main boss, you know that something is wrong. Either you get a write-up or you get the kick, and I got the kick. And they made some stupid excuse. Everyone knew that it was a stupid excuse why I got fired. But, hey, now I have that as an experience I can put on my CV. I haven't fucked around with Python in a while. I'm looking into doing some... So I've been... Since I got laid off, this is my first month being laid off, so I've been looking into a lot of development languages just for fun. So I looked into Compose, multi-platform, Kotlin, TypeScript/Electron, which I don't. There's so much fucking bullshit with TypeScript and Electron. Don't get me started with it. And I'm starting to get back to Flutter. I think I will do a lot of Flutter projects. Oh, and later this week, my first project is being released, where I made an AI plugger for Windows that plugs Copilot and Recall. It's a one-button fix-all scenario, so it plugs it in the registry and it plugs it on Windows updates. So you should not get it back, and I've been running it for a few months, and I can only test Copilot because I don't have a Recall, ready PC. Recall ready PC. So I already recorded the video, just need to edit it and upload it, and we get released, I hope, this week. Like Sunday or Saturday this week. And there will be a link. I basically just explain what it's doing and how to download and run it. Because I need testers. I need to see if it's actually a work, because, just because it works on my PC, don't mean that it works on everyone else's PC. How did I handle mobile device management? So we didn't have any management of devices on the infrastructure side. I'm sorry to say it, but everyone could take their phone and their laptop with them and log in with a really, really easy password to the Wi-Fi and do whatever the fuck they want. Which was something I was really angry about, but they didn't do anything about it. But yeah, this is, I call it Sloppy Gun or AI Remover or something like that. That is going to be one of the first of many projects that I'm going to release over the next few months. This is a .NET project. And I want to do more Flutter, so I think the other projects will be in Flutter, or else they will do. Yeah. This in the link, so it's basically a GitHub link that will give you to the source code, and then there's like a the release tab or the release link you can click. There's like a zipped file if you click it's all explained in the video, but you can see the source code, and I think it's public already now if you want to see. Like it's up there. Like, it's not pretty code, and it's not production-ready code. It's still like a pre-release kind of thing, but I just need testers. I need to see if this is actually working or not, or if it's just all placebo. I need to make sure that it's a working thing before I start to thread it, because right now everything is running in main thread and stuff like that, and I don't want to put too much work into it if I don't know if it's fucking working or not. So think about it as a pre-release MVP, proof of concept, whatever you want to call it. But the code I have not cleaned out, but I have done a little bit to it to make it more readable and make more sense. But if it turns out that it actually are working, then I'm going to thread it. So we're not running everything in main thread, and the source code is going to be, what is it called? I will document it better. Yeah, like I said, when the video comes up, I will just look at my Discord, and there will be a link to that GitHub page. I may even DM it to you later today or tomorrow. You can look into it. But it's just a simple little program with a... Yeah, so I tried it on a fresh Windows install, a lot of fresh Windows installs. I tried it on Windows installs that have run for months and been updated after that, and nothing has happened. But again, I can't test Recall because I don't have a Recall capability PC or able PC. But after I've done that little one-click button, and I am 1000% sure that there are some things in it that don't work. But it works. If you get what I'm saying here, is that it works as intended, but I think from reading the code myself, and because the code that I have taken, of course I've gotten help from other people, and I've asked AI how to do some things, and I've looked at Stack Overflow and documentations and all of that fucking shit. And I have a sneaky suspicion that some of the things that it's doing is not necessary. Which is worse for you, Cortana on Windows or Copilot. Because you could actually disable Cortana 100% in the settings in Windows 10. Copilot, they try to bake in left, right, and center because they want you to use it. So yeah, I need testers to see, is it working? And then I need to figure out what part of it is actually working, what part of it is not working. Because it's doing a lot of registry keys, and I think some of them are not even necessary, to be honest. But I just took what everyone was recommending on Stack Overflow, Google search, Bing searches, Microsoft documentation, and what AI was recommending to do. And I took the things that all of them said was the same. So I did the thing that everyone agreed upon. So what Copilot, or not Copilot, what AI agreed upon, what Stack Overflow was agreeing upon, and what the documentation and what other blog posts and stuff like that. If they all did the same thing, I only used the things that was the same in all places, because they have the highest chance of working. And it seems to be working, and I think some of it may be redundant. That's why I need someone to test it out and look at the code for me. It could also just be one big fucking placebo, and I just disable Copilot in some way, shape, or form without knowing it. But I did disable Copilot on my ISO, but it came back doing an update. So I don't know if that's why it's not. Again, I need test to see if it's actually working. And then I have a project I want to make, like a streaming information dashboard, where you can get your stream data, and you can get it's basically like if I want, figure out what game is the best game to play, what stream times are the best. So there's some sites I want to implement into this, where you click a button and it opens up these Twitch and YouTube statistics sites that tells you blah 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 blah. I haven't looked into Visual Basic since 2011 or something like that. I use PowerShell. Oh, that's another program. Oh, you may well like this. I should release that repo. I have a program where it looks into a folder. I should probably type this down. You will get a kick out of this. It's a PowerShell tool. Well, it's a .NET tool that works with that do something with PowerShell that I find really, really funny. Or not funny, but useful. So I have a program. It has a button here. And then for every PowerShell script that you have in a folder, it makes a new button with the name of the PowerShell script. So it can be 1 or it can be 10. So in the folder structure where this program is, there's a folder called PowerShell. PowerShell script, something like that. So in here, you just put all your PowerShells scripts. And whatever PowerShell scripts you put in here will be shown as buttons here. And then it has one here that says run all. And then you can just click on each individual buttons here that get made depending on what PowerShell scripts and how many PowerShell scripts that you have in this folder up here. So every time you click a button here, it runs the first PowerShell script. Opens up a terminal, runs the first PowerShell script, and closes it down again. I use that quite a lot if I want to run a lot of PowerShell scripts in sequence. I use either the... Yeah, but this is just PowerShell scripts. Because then I just have to write the PowerShell scripts once, and I don't have to go into a terminal and navigate to a folder and type the run command. I can just click a fucking button. I actually think I have it in one of my videos already. But yeah, this just whatever PowerShell script you put in that folder, when you run the program, it will show it for you, and it will give you a neat little UI in a themed UI in VPF where you click a button and it runs the PowerShell script, or you click the first button that runs everything. I actually use that quite a lot because I do a lot of Winget and I do a lot of when I had a job, I was doing so I had a PowerShell script that will test see what logs are logged, showcase that. It will also do a battery test and yeah, AMFX series. Those are old. Like I would not use them today. So yeah, I have a script that basically do like a laptop test kind of thing. It tests it showcases how many logs and how you have in alerts, arrows, and what critical. It checks the battery, so it gives you the battery kind of thing. Do I like Python or PowerShell better? If you're going to do Windows-only backend stuff, I would go PowerShell. If it's like manipulating files other than just Windows, I'll probably go Python. And it's just for the sake that in Windows, if you're only working with Windows, it's just easier to run a PowerShell script. In Python, you have to, either go into make an environment, run your Python, and you have to make sure you have your Python environments have all the dependencies and all that fucking shit. Where what you do in PowerShell, Windows can run. But of course, you can do so much more with Python than you can do with PowerShell. But if I'm doing stuff or should do stuff that is like over multiple platforms and multiple servers and services and stuff like that, I would probably use Python. But if it's something that is going to be run on a local machine and Windows only, I would use PowerShell. Yeah, so I also do some I have another PowerShell script that goes in and do some scheduling and stuff. Like the AI remover that I make also goes in and make a scheduler to make sure to stop some updates and stuff like that. But yeah, like if it's locally on the machine, I would probably use PowerShell. If it's like over different machines, different networks, different OS and stuff like that, I would use Python. I do like working in Python. I just don't think Python is Python, in my opinion, is for the backend. Because it's not easy, it's not convenient to bundle into an executable or runnable script for an end consumer. But it's really good if you run, let's say, .NET with a front end and VPF, and you want to do a task in the back end. You then run a Python script. You tell the program to run this Python script. That is what Python is good for. Java is a little bit better at also being like a front end. But again, it depends on what system. If I'm on Linux, I will probably just do Python or Java because it's just easy and supported more. But on Windows, I would be mostly using .NET. If I know this is a Windows only thing, Yeah, so I don't do so much with the Windows updates. I just run them as they are, basically. I don't care that much about them. I have no problems with... The fun thing about Windows, the things that breaks the most for me with Windows is not Microsoft components, it's everything else. It's badly coded third-party applications. I don't know if I'm just lucky with Windows, but I have... Most of the problems I have with Windows is like I said, just random other software than my Windows itself. And but I also make my own ISO that takes a lot of the bullshit away from Windows. Like I limit a lot of telemetry, I limit a lot of AI integration and stuff like that. And then when that was not enough, I made that AI removal tool. Because what I also did with the tool, I installed Copilot myself, and then I used the AI removal tool to remove it, and that worked perfectly fine. Yeah, so that's why I do like I said, I did this PowerShell script runner because I was at my old job. I've been running like 2 or 3 or 4 PowerShell scripts once in a while, and it was just easier to just like put them in a folder and run this program. Or at home here, I like every second month I do like an aggressively maintenance routine where I check basically check the system, get PowerShell to prompt out if there's any problems or lingering critical logs and stuff like that, and do a deep clean, thumbnail cast. Like I have my own cleaning tool in PowerShell that do like the basic cleaning tool, and then it runs this cleaning application, and all of that is done from PowerShell. It's just easier to just run with this one here, you know. Yeah, so I need, so I've never done that with Windows, to be honest. I need to get into it. I want to learn how to, it's not that, I know it's not difficult to do because I've seen a lot of people do it and read up about it. I've just never done it. But it's something I may want to look into. But again, I never had a problem with Microsoft, with Windows 10, 11 or 10. Like, I know I get a lot of flack for saying this, but Windows 10 and 11 have over the years been more stable than Linux has. Funny enough. Like, Windows as an OS has been more stable since Windows 10 than Linux has for me. I had more times where I had to reboot my Linux environments because Linux fucked up than I had Windows. However, I had more programs on Windows acting up. So software not working correctly on Windows, but not Microsoft software, third-party vendor software that didn't work correctly or made the system unstable or made it crash. I haven't had that much of that on Linux. But the OS systems of Windows have been more stable than the Linux OS systems on Linux. So the desktop environment, the user LAN, and the kernel has just been more unstable on Linux. I had more crashes that was where the environment was at fault, or the backend user LAN was at fault, or where the kernel was at fault, versus Windows. I don't think I had like one blue screen of death in Windows that was kernel related in 5 years or something like that. Where on Linux I can't, like, when I did the whole trying to migrate to Linux full time again this January, it was because of gaming. And it was not because gaming ran bad on Linux. It ran really well, really good on Linux. But it was everything else that gaming did to my system that other programs didn't like. Then I would do a game session and then this would stop working. Or the desktop environment would start to act up. Icons would look weird. Or I couldn't... I had a problem with Pop! OS that if I gamed on my system and I had Steam open for more than a week, I think it was, at one point doing like after 2 or 3 days, between 2 or 3 days to over a week, at one point during that time span, when I opened up a game, it would not recognize my mouse movements, my mouse inputs. And I think it's the Cosmic Desktop doing this, by the way. And I tried alt-tabbing, restarting the services. It would not recognize that my mouse was moving in the game, but it would on the desktop. So I had to reboot my computer for it to work. So that means that every time I ran the Cosmic Desktop, which I really, really like, by the way, I couldn't have it running for more than a week at the time if I want to game on, because I had to reboot. Or else it would just crack up something was happening with my mouse. And also, if I was using flat packages or snap packages, the icons, I hope they fixed this by now, but the icons was lower quality in Cosmic than any other icons. So they looked like you would getting like 4p. It was super pixelated. I think I have a picture of it somewhere laying around. And any other distribution just had all kind of weird fucking problems. Then some of them, the audio didn't work correctly. or it was too low volume compared to others, and could I fix it? Yeah, but I didn't, like, I should not need to in 2026. Another really funny issue that I had to Google quite a lot or research quite a lot. I was still booting into my Mac Mini to edit. And I was like, every time I boot into my Mac Mini to do video editing, I was like, it just seems to pop more. And I'm like, this can't be. It's just like, it's the same fucking screen. It should look just as good on Linux. Then I did a quick switch between Linux and Windows. And on Linux, every distribution I have used on Linux, my screens were more grayed out or desaturated or whatever the fuck you will call it than on Windows or Linux or Mac OS. And apparently, it's because the default color profile for Linux that most Linux distributions runs with are super bad. And you have to do a lot of configuration and configuration files to get it to work if the distribution developer don't do that for you, which most of them don't do because most of them don't even know that you have to do that. And apparently that's a known issue, even with Wayland. Which is another issue I had with running Linux on laptops, is that I could choose between Wayland with good trackpad gestures, and then lose video acceleration. Because I was using older, not old, but older hardware, and support for those built-in graphic cards on the Wayland is not supported, but it is on the X11, but then you don't get a lot of the fancy gestures for the trackpad. But then I got video acceleration back. Which meant that if I was running Wayland, and again, this is from like January, February tests, last time I did it. So if I was running Wayland and watching videos, it will eat up the battery life more because it was not utilizing the video encoder. It was used like the raw CPU, which takes more cycles and more processing power, aka more wattage. So I will hinder my battery life. And this was on 8th gen CPUs, Intel 8th gen CPUs. And again, this is a known issue. I will say that the distribution I ran concurrently the most, and I always came back to when there was a problem, was Linux Mint. Linux Mint was the one that was the most consistent for me. It was the one where I had the least amount of problems. A custom kernel will probably have fixed it, because it is a flag that you have to enable in the kernel. And then Wayland has to be compiled for that set flag. So you have to fix both the kernel and Wayland forward. But yeah, I always came back to Linux Mint. If I was tired of experimenting for like a weekend, I always just installed Linux Mint. Because I knew that would work like 90% of the time. I always came back to Linux Mint and what was the other? Linux Mint and Kubuntu was the two ones I always came back to. But mostly Linux Mint. But then there's like the whole video editing on Linux still fucking sucks balls. I couldn't get my... it was something with my... I can't remember now. It was not the fan curves. But it was the lightning that did something weird. It did something weird with my lightnings in my either my cooler, yeah. Or my motherboard, because my cooler's lightning is controlled by the motherboard. Which is, I could just, I'd done that now, disabling it totally. But it was still like, again, we're living in 2026. The main reason why I stopped experimenting with Linux as my main driver was I had to fix a lot of things that I should not have to fix manually in 2026. If it was 2010 and below, 2015 and below, I would be okay with doing a little bit of manual work for for those kind of things. But these are so mainstream things, so everyday common use scenarios things, that you should not have to fix them yourself. So it was not that Linux was not good enough. I could make any Linux distribution work for me. It was just that I should not have to put in that much of work to do it. And that's kind of what irritates me a lot. I used to run like CentOS before they canned that one, on and off, even as a desktop environment, because it's stable as balls. And I do think if I should go back to Linux, if I decide to make the experiments to move to Linux full time again, I will probably go with Debian and then some form of either flat or snap packages to get newer software. And then either do my own kernel or get like a third-party kernel that's more newer than the basic Debian kernel. Because I don't care too much about my desktop environment not being the latest and greatest, you know. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about doing if I'm going back, Rebo. And then you know, channel either flat or snap packages or both of them into the system. So if I want a newer version of a software, I can just use the flat or snap pack version of it, you know. Yeah, nowadays I would probably go with Rocky or Alma Linux or what the fuck it's called, the one-to-one Red Hat thingies. But I do like Red Hat Linux. Red Hat Linux was the first ever Linux distribution I ever installed in the 90s. Where it was the only Linux system that Red Hat made. When it was just called Red Hat Linux. Red Hat back in the day was a really, really good distribution for the common folk. Okay, fellas. Design. Ooh. Oh, a 3D anime. Oh, cool. Yeah. I get that. I do know that Linux is great for animation and 3D rendering stuff, yeah. And Blender is kind of made for Linux, so it makes sense. My problem is that I I know my videos are crap, but once in a while I want to make an effort. And when I want to make an effort, I can't do that on any free or FOSS video editor. And if I want to run like DaVinci Resolve or something like that under Linux, there's a lot of hurdles and some codecs don't work. And some things just don't work as well as they do under Mac or Windows. Like they make the program crash more often or limit the speed of it and stuff like that. I wanted to learn Blender at one point. So I spent like 6 months fucking around with Blender on Linux and I loved that. I loved it so much. I think I have a few videos where this is occurring in. But I wanted like a robot to be my avatar when I didn't want to use a webcam. So I made like a floating robot in Blender that hovered in random patterns around the screen. And sometimes will wave at you and whatnot. It was actually really... It was a super simple, basic robot. It only has arms, and then at the bottom it had like a glowing sphere that should be the engine that made it hover. And then I wanted to do different reactions and stuff like that. But I just... I'm more of a coder than a design. Let me put it this way. I love doing front-end design on software, but doing animation and 3D animation, stuff like that, is not like... maybe I should... Like, I never find it that... I'd rather build something... Like, what I like about development and coding is that you have an idea and you're building something out of nothing that do a task. That do something that, like... I see it like moving furniture around or repairing a car and stuff like that, where I see animation, 3D artistry, or what it's called, more like I'm building this sculpture that just sits there and look nice, or I do this animation that look nice, but other than having that function of being an animation or sculpture, it don't really do anything else. And for me, that is not. It's like painting. Apparently, I'm really good at drawing. I had some painters and people that are professional drawers that wanted me to. They wanted me to teach me since I was like 10 years old or something like that. But I could never apply myself to do those things because I found it boring. Because when I've done the drawing or done the painting, it's just there. Yes, it looks pretty, but after that, it don't do anything. It's just there. But if I build a program, it continues to do something. And for me, I know for a lot of people, they prefer one over the other. And I just prefer fixing problems more than creating something beautiful. If that makes sense. I hope this makes sense. I can appreciate a good animation. I can appreciate good art and design. And I know why it's important, especially in software. That's why I focus more on design and software nowadays. But sitting and drawing like a person or a house or something in your imagination and put it on a paper or make a little animation movie or so, that never spoke to me. It's always been like after you're done, and don't get me wrong, it takes a lot of fucking skill to do that good, and I admire that to the high heavens and back. But it's never really something where I'm like, that satisfies me. It satisfies me to do it, but then when I'm done, I kind of feel I wasted my time. And now the use case is done for. There's no use for it anymore. Because it was mostly just to entertain me doing it. And why there's so much. I need to clean out this playlist. True, development can be definitely. Some people's source code looks better than others, and the way they do their apps, I get it 100%. Don't get me wrong, and I do like that. That's why I love having this shit here. I'm not that good at drawing on this one here yet, but with time I hopefully get better. But on pen and paper, I'm like miles ahead of doing stuff that I do here. Because this is so, like, I don't feel I have the same feel as I do on a piece of paper, but I doodle a lot. If I'm bored or I get overstimulated, I would just sit and do stuff like this here, or make, I do a lot of abstract art, so I would do like a square, and do something like this, and do something like that, and do this, and, you know, just do random shit. When I get bored, and then color it in, or I used to make a lot of trains back in the day. This is more like a cars. Also used a lot of cars, you know, like here we have like a really crappy car. This looks more like a nose, or a penis. But again, like I said, it's so different to draw on a tablet than it is to do on a because also my tablet is so cheap. So when I do something here, I have to look at my screen and not my pencil. When you're drawing on a piece of paper, you're looking at the pencil when you do something. And if you want the ones where the drawing tablets where you have to look at a screen on them, they cost like way too much money for what I'm doing. So right now I'm not looking at where my pen is, and that's why it looks really, really bad when I draw here. Is because I need to see where my pen is to do shit. And there's also auto correction here a little bit. It helps me fill out the lines and straighten them up. So if you look like if I do something like this, or I don't know if I can trigger it. Sometimes it will help me. Yeah, there you saw it moved the box a little bit. See if I can do it again. No. It will sometimes help you correct the lines a little bit, but it's really finicky. But this is by far the fucking, like, if you need like a whiteboard kind of thing, this is the best fucking free tool I found, and this is a Microsoft tool, sadly enough. Windows Whiteboard or Microsoft Whiteboard is like the best ever for this kind of thing, in my opinion. And you just go on the store and download it. It's sad. I have not found anything this good on Linux or Windows. And it saddens me. I kind of want to build my own version of this. But yeah, like, apparently, I've been told I took some art-related courses. Like, when I had depression, the city I lived in offered me to go onto, like, it was basically just a coffee club, you know? You go into a group of people, meet up 2 times a week, and you can just sit there and drink coffee. And then they had activities you could do. So you could knit, you could do some clay. I did some clay, made some pots in clay and stuff like that and whatnot that they sold. And then you could do art, like you could paint and you could draw. And one of the ladies there was like semi-professional painter. And I was drawing a lot and painting with her a lot and learning about perspectives and shit like that. Well, I already knew about that, but I was doing it with her because she was like, why the fuck are you doing? Like, she didn't knew why I know all of this. And I'm like, well, people since school has been taught me about art and like paper arts and paintings and stuff. It just never spoke to me as a person. One of the schools, the school I went to mostly, they had one guy that basically got picked up by Disney. And my art teacher told me that she's not seen anyone draw as good besides him when I did my drawing as a kid. And she wanted me to go into art school. I'm like, I don't want to do that. There's no future in it for me. I love being creative. That's why I do this YouTube kind of thing. But I'm more like a technical person. I need to have a problem to fix. Someone wanting something beautiful to look at or interesting to look at, to me, is not a problem to fix. I'm a problem solver. I need someone that tells me this is broken, we need it fixed, or we need something that can help us do this thing to speed up X, Y, and Z. And it can be mechanical, it can be software, it can be whatever the fuck it is. That's when I log in and I'm like hyper-focusing and stuff like that. But I do wish I could do that with arts. Because apparently I have some neck for it. But I don't. I could probably force myself into it and be miserable and do the whole cut my ears off to be a miserable artist and stuff like that. But like I don't want to force myself to do something just because I'm somewhat good at it. If I don't like doing it. I feel that's only something you should do if you can make a shit ton of money. And you only have to do it for like if someone told me that if you hyper focus on being an artist for 10 years, you can live as a fucking millionaire for the rest of your life, I will do it. But nobody can guarantee that, you know. And the art stuff that I may produce may only be something I'm interested in anyway, you know. But I did have I don't know if I still have that book where I did some sketches and stuff like that she gave me. I did with her that she gave me, told me to take with me home. I think I threw it out. But yeah, it's that's why I'm gravitating more to like hardware, software kind of thing. Is that they fix problems. That's also why I became a mechanic. You fix a problem. Yeah, I'm a problem solver. Like, this is going to sound weird, but if you give me a problem, and it's not the same as giving me a puzzle in a game, because those are so boring and I hate doing them. But give me a real-life problem that needs to be solved. That's when I'm the most happiest. And if I don't know how to solve it, I will figure out how to solve it. Just give me enough time. Like, of course, I'm not going to give it 10 years, but give me appropriate time and I will figure out how to solve most problems. Either to at least solve them enough that things can continue or be managed until a permanent solution is in place. I'm also really good at coming up with temporary solutions, temporary to mid-term solutions that can be put in place until we figure something long-term out. And that's how I approach development. Is like, I need a currency converter because there's no good one for Linux. Let's build one, you know. When I ran Linux main time, I was working on a weather app because there's no good weather apps on Linux. And I almost got done doing one in jam, I think it was. And then I stopped using Linux full time. So I don't see a need to do it anymore. I may come back to it. But I now have a weather app on Windows instead, a simple one. But I made like a app on Linux that, you know, was basically just a page with like information here and some blog information here, and, you know, look at AccuWeather and stuff. Like, it was using an API to get data information, and it will show you 5-day prognosis and all that fucking shit. Because I needed it. But then I stopped using Linux full time. I don't need it anymore, so I stopped working on it. That's another problem I have, is that I only work on things that are needed. If I can't see this being useful for me or someone else, I don't want to work on it. Because then I find it just doing it for the sake of doing it. I need to have something real to fix. But when I get that, I zone into, like, I become like a fucking Android robot, or what you would call it, and I sleep, eat, and breathe that problem until it's fixed. Which can be, some will say, healthy and not so healthy. And that's how I learned Linux and hardware and development, is because my computer had a problem. I don't have anyone to ask for help, so I had to figure it out myself. And one thing I learned by learning a lot, and I still to this day want to learn more and more. Everyone say it's hard to learn. It's not really hard to learn. It's hard to find good information. And I think that's what people mean that it's hard to learn, is that they find a lot of, I know, hear a lot, I know how to do this, and then the person have no fucking idea how to do it, or this blog post or this forum post, this is how you do it, and then it turns out to be fucking bullshit. But if you get the right information, the proper information, it's not too difficult to learn, but you do spend a lot of time seeping out bad things. The internet has actually made it a little bit worse, because back in the day, we just went to, you know, a house with a window in it, and it was like the library. Nowadays, you have to, like, go through fucking 10,000 blog posts, forum posts, comments, and what have you not, before you find this one here that's the only one that actually fucking helps you. All of the rest is just bitching, moaning, complaining, skill issues, skill checks, and all of these fucking stupid things. Where back in the day, if you didn't know how to do something, well, you went into the library, you took, like, I need to change the oil filter. Well, where's the biggest mechanic book I can find, you know? I can't speak this language, okay? Where's the book how to learn this language? The library kind of that was the good thing about the library, was kind of, it curated all the bad knowledge from the good knowledge. When you went into a library, there was a high chance you didn't find that much bullshit in there. Where nowadays on the internet, you're lucky if you find good information in the first one. I always tell people that when you're teaching yourself, the biggest job you have is to understand good and bad information. Where that's why you pay a lot of money to go to school, is that they do that for you. They're the curator for you, or should be the curator for you. So you don't have to sit there and figure out, is this good or bad, because you don't know if it's good or bad, because you don't know the fucking subject. And then you learn from a bad teacher, or a bad video, or a bad forum post, and you get a little bit of knowledge and figure out that they're full of bullshit. It's kind of the fun thing. It's kind of how this channel started, is that there started to come so many Linux YouTubers out there that were full of shit. They didn't know what they were talking about, but they were super popular. And I was like, I need to say something. I need to fix this problem. So my channel started as being a correction to Linux Tech, to Chris Tyler's Tech, Mental Outlaw, DistroTube, when they made, like, one crazy fucking stupid statement after the another. And now I barely fucking talk about Linux other than the live streams there. And I have a second channel that I want to do more just general tech and lifestyle. Like I told Lame, I'm making a video in not so long, maybe next week after that, where I'm talking about ditching my smartwatches and my fitness watches, that any watches that is used that basically can give me notifications from my phone. Because all the watches I have in my house, besides one crappy analog and one G-Shock that's more stylish. Like it does what it needs to do, but it's hard to read because it's black on black ledgers or it's digitized, but it's just like it was before negative displays were actually good. So I'm buying 2 or 3 G-Shocks. And doing that, they still have all of the things that my smartwatches had besides the notifications bullshit. And they cost a third of what a smartwatch cost. Buying 3 Casio watches, or 2 Casio watches, or a Timex. That I can leave my phone. Yeah, so, don't do that. Fucking everyone I've seen that have used one of those, like either your Samsung or your Galaxy Watch as a phone, it never turns out well. Like, it's okay for like a short little 5-second phone call or pre-made text or text that you send, like anything other than just a random phone call here and there. Everyone just fucking hates that shit. I would not do it, man. I honestly, I would not do it. I've seen too many videos where it's funny the first hour or so, and then it just becomes super irritating. When the games goes away, because you are going to lose so much battery life because of it. That's the biggest issue. And also a lot of them have issues with connectivity and stuff like that. It is. Yeah, I get a dumb phone. Get a phone that is not connected then. Don't have all the smart features. Get the developer that I talked to at my old job, he still to this day has a stupid phone. He has a smartphone because his work wanted him to have one. His work phone is a smartphone. And also he needs it for like 2-factor authentication, stuff like that. But he still rocks a good old Nokia, I think it is, a Motorola, I can't even remember. I think that will fit you better. And then you can use your smartwatch for notifications if you need that. For like Instagram notifications and whatnot. And then you can't look at it until you come home. Or you open up your laptop. And getting like a good stupid phone nowadays is not that inexpensive. They are super cheap. I will do that. Because when you are on a phone call, trust me, you want a proper phone. You know. Even, you know. Oh, yeah. Then you need, yeah. Again, if I were you, keep your iPhone or your smartphone, and get a dumb watch. Get a dumb watch, man. Get a fucking dumb watch. And then when you, let's say you don't want to use your phone that much, put it in your EDC bag or put your phone in your back, somewhere where it's harder to reach. Unless, of course, you're waiting for an important meeting or something like that. Or notification. But yeah, I can't wait to get my fucking Casio watches. Also because they're so fucking cheap, man. Like, I remember I had a few Casio watches as a kid. I'm so sad I never kept them. Like, there's so many things I kind of miss. Like, when I was a kid, I was one of the first one in my neighborhood to have a smartphone, and it only had power for 2 hours. Yeah, Lama, I think you will love... You are like me. You are the perfect dumb watch use case. Luckily enough, I'm good enough to not look at my phone all. I think I have like a screen time on average like an hour a day or something like that. like 1 or 2 hours a day maximum. Let's say 2 hours a day on average. I don't use it that much. If I want social media, I do it on my computers. And I want to do exactly what I said, unless I know that I have an important meeting or something like that coming up. I'm leaving my connected watches at home, and I will put my phone in a bag or something like that. So it's a little bit more difficult to reach when I'm out walking or something like that. Because there was one day I was out walking and I forgot my watch. And I just felt so good not having my watch vibrating like every fucking 5 minutes on my wrist. And it also, I unconsciously stopped looking at my arm as much. When I know that I have my watch on, I subconsciously still looks at it to see if something has happened. And I was just felt more free. There was another time where I left my phone at home. That was so fucking weird. That was really strange. It was only for a walk to, what the fuck, I had to do something. I had to shop or something like that. Luckily enough, I had my wallet in me. I mostly use my phone to pay nowadays, but I also have my wallet in my pants with my credit card, just in case my phone don't work or something like that. So it's always in my pants. And luckily enough, I figured out halfway through over there that I had it in my pants. Because this was one of those days that started out really fucking like, I need just to stay in bed. Because I woke up and I took a shower and I did all these things and like, I want to go shopping. And if for some fucking weird reason, my headphones didn't charge in its case. So one of the buds was like out of power. Because it didn't connect correctly or something like that. I'm like, oh fuck, I have to wait. No, fuck it. It's only like it's like a 15-minute walk or something like that. 15-20-minute walk. I can do that without headphones. And I never go outside without headphones. So, okay, leave them out. And then, of course, I did put my shoes on and everything, put my keys in my pocket, took my bag on, and I went out the door, and because I didn't have music on, I didn't realize I left my phone at home. And then I was just walking and looking at the skies and what else, looking at the neighbors' hot titties and whatnot. And then I was like, oh, I need to check my phone to see if someone has typed or something. Like, where the fuck is my phone? I'm like, oh shit, it must still be home. And I also noticed that I didn't have my watch on me. No, I had my watch on. That's how I knew that I didn't have my phone on me, because I went out of range and it started to vibrate. I was like, shit, what is that? And I looked at, oh, my phone is still in the apartment. Because I can actually go like a few meters away from my apartment before my watch loses connectivity. And I was like, I don't want to go up and connect it or get my phone, so I just continue walking. And it's been one of the best walks I had in years. It's one of the best one of the best experiences I had in a long time walking. I actually walked a little bit of a longer way home just to enjoy it. Yeah, there are watch companies where you can have both them or hybrid, or some of them also makes. But again, dude, get like a Casio for $20 or $30 and try it out. If you don't like it, give it to your girlfriend. Or have it as a backup if you forget to charge your smartwatch or something like that. It's only like I said, $20 to $30, $50, Just Casio. Just look up Casio. The one that makes G-Shock. Casio. And it don't have to be a G-Shock. It's the one that makes the famous, everyone is raving about, the F-91W, I think it's called. And you can get them with step tracking. So if you want to have a little bit of fitness tracking, they can do that. You can get them with 10 years battery, with solar, and you can get them. You get models that have some form of connectivity via Bluetooth, but you don't get notifications. But it will be like also either tracking your steps or it will be yeah, I do have an Apple Watch, yeah. I used to have I have both a Samsung and an Apple Watch somewhere in my, but I never used them. But yeah, get a good Casio. Like, I love the G-Shock series ever since I was a kid. So I'm buying one G-Shock and one non-G-Shock. The non-G-Shock is the one with the step counter, so when I'm going out for my walks and recording them, I can have my step count on. Yeah, and I'm a little bit into watches. I'm not super into watches, but I love learning about them and watching videos about them. And every fucking watch nerd on the internet seems to love Casio. Oh, most of them has 5 alarms nowadays. Most of them have 5 alarms. The only one that don't have 5 alarms is like the 30s below dollars ones, I think. But if you get like a $50 one, it will have world clock, alarm, stopwatch count, 5 alarm stopwatch counter, 10-year battery life. If you want to, you can get them with step tracking. Yeah. Yeah, look into what they have to. They have almost anything for every taste. Like I said, I watch. I've been on. I have it in once in a while. I go into like a nerd out about watches on YouTube or just watch a shit ton of watch videos. And like I said, I have never found anyone that would not recommend a Casio watch. They all say that they for the price and for what they're really good beaters. You buy them, you abuse them, and you throw them away. They are that. Yeah. And also the good thing about them is you can get some of them that also only vibrates. They don't make sounds. They only vibrates. Which can be good for both you and the girlfriend, if you know what I mean. If you get a little bit bored in bed, you can use it in multiple ways. The ones that only vibrates. And you get some that only make... Most of them don't vibrate, but you get some of them vibrates, and some of them vibrates and make sounds. But most of them don't vibrate. So you can get them in a little bit of both ways, if you know. You had an amazing... Hey, honey, call me. Yeah. If I set the timer for like 5 minutes and just place it statistically between your legs and go for coffee, I'll be back in 6 minutes, so then you're ready when I come in the door. Yeah, they look nice. But don't expect like Rolex quality, of course. But they have a lot of features. And even the cheap ones are built really fucking well. And they are really light. Really, really light. So you had an amazing watch without proprietary software. I think all watches have some form of proprietary software in them, besides a mechanical watch, of course. I do want like some of the I don't like Rolexes and stuff like that, but I do like the old army inspired watches, like Hamilton and stuff like that. And I kind of want one of those, but they are also expensive. And I don't know how much I'm going to wear it. Might get this one. What is it? Can I not click the link? Yeah. That's a really good one. I like that one. I almost bought that myself, to be honest. Yes, I do like that one a lot. That's also on sale. Oh, cool. Oh, wait, they had a white one? They have them in so many colors. They have a series called Ogami. They look amazing, but it's also on a little bit on I can see if I can find the ones that I'm looking into. Yeah, so yeah, the winter swans looks really, really cool. Wait, they don't have that watch anymore. Like, getting the calculator one is kind of cool. They are missing so many watches. Yeah, they don't have none of the watches that I want. This one is also a really cool one. You should look into. The fuck is it called? The one that I'm looking into. Just give me a second. I'm finding the watches that I'm looking into. Oh, that's the one you sent me. Oh. Is this also the one you sent me then? Okay, look these up. ABL dash 100 VE. If it's not plus, it's a dash. God damn it. That one is the one that I'm getting. And this one. Why did the mobile Microsoft phone fail? Funny enough, so those two I'm getting for sure. And then I may get the world timer one. This one may be the third one that I'm getting. So funny enough, Windows Mobile was actually really good, or the Windows Phone was actually really good. It could not just it couldn't compete with Apple and Android. It didn't have the same app accessibility, basically, if that makes sense. The apps people wanted was not really there. But the software and the phone. So the software was really good, and the phone people really liked also, because it was a Nokia. And yeah, they failed a little bit with not implementing it into enterprise enough, because I don't even think they did that at all. but it's become a cult classic now. People nowadays are raving to get their hand on what is it called? People want them so badly nowadays. The Windows phones, the old Nokias, and there are people. I think there are a few people still fucking using it. If you want a step counter, then look at the ABL100WE. That has a step counter in it. Lamer. The first one. This one. This one has a step counter in it. And also, if you go $100+, you can get G-Shocks with step counters in them also. It was not the plot. No, I would not say that the mobile phone was ahead of its time. It was just it came out at the worst time. Nobody was asking, nobody was needing a Windows-based phone at that point. And when it came out, Apple was already somewhat established, and Android was already somewhat established. They should have come out early, if anything. Or they should have run an Android version so they get access to the Android store. Then it may have worked. But nobody needed or wanted a Windows-based phone. Especially when it could not run the same software as anyone else. And also I think it was somewhat expensive. But nowadays, today it's kind of became a cult classic. Funny enough. I think Danky, the Austin Evans channel, have made one. There's so many tech nerds, like that do average consumer electronics and stuff like that. There's so many of them that have made videos about Windows phones nowadays that they are buying them on eBay and shit like that to run them again. I think Windows also did like a fold, like a dual screen Windows phone. Yeah, the well phone. Yeah, that. I don't know. I hear a lot of fucking Steam Deck issues lately. Like, there's so many people that are starting to have issues with Steam Deck. Like, they're starting to break down and whatnot. One got a new Steam Deck and it worked only for like a week or a month or something like that. Then something broke and they had to... He gave it to a friend and then got it to a repair guy that fixed it. And I never figured out what was wrong with it. He never told us. But yeah, I hear that a lot of Steam Decks of nowadays are getting worn out or the quality control is not there. I can't buy them in Denmark from the Steam store. They are all out of stock. Yeah, they need to refresh it, yeah. I am low-key thinking about getting a Switch too. Because I have an issue called gaming. I want to do less of it. Because it's taking away time from my productivity, and I don't like that. I want to be more focused on doing something productive. I kind of low-key promised the developers at work that when I got fired that I will make a software company and take them with me. But you can't just say that and then, you know, like, then it will happen. But I do kind of low-key want to be self-employed, to be honest. And I kind of also low-key want to do something with either software or tech or YouTube. I don't know what it is yet. But the problem I had is, like, I got really addicted to this game called Last starship or something. It's like Factorio in space kind of thing on a spaceship. And I've been dabbling around with too many programming languages instead of actually doing something. But yeah, I'm just like... Oh, if I build something that takes off... So this is how I want to do things. So I have a lot of projects I want to do. And coding, what coding language is in is don't fucking matter in the end. A coding language is a coding language. I just wanted it to be as multi-platform as possible, so that's why I look into Java, Kotlin, multi-platform, Compose, multi-platform, and Flutter. And if some of the projects that I make become somewhat popular, it's only going to be the first version that's going to be free and open source. If you get what I'm saying. So let's say program B is something people really, really want. I'm like, okay, I'm going to spend a lot of time and a lot of effort into it, but I am going to close sources then from now on. And I may even still give the program away for free. The code is just my, closed, because I don't want someone that has more time than me to take it and then make millions off it or something like that. It was my idea. I did the fucking legwork, and like that's one of the worst things Chris Titus Tech did with his Windows optimization PowerShell script tool he made, was that he made it and he made everything open source, and now it's the biggest PowerShell project on GitHub, and he could have made millions of that fucking program. And now he's realizing he can't keep up with it because it's getting too big. But because it's open source, he can't just close source it and say, give me money now. So he's trying to make people buy it as a donate per download and stuff like that. And of course, they're not going to do that. I'm a firm believer that giving your software away for free is a privilege that you do if you don't need money. It's a privilege that you can do if you don't need security. It's a privilege to be open source. I'm in the position that I don't need money, but I also need money, if that makes sense. Like, I'm unemployed. The fuck happened? It stopped playing music for some reason. I'm unemployed, but that and I probably can find another job. Well, I can find another job, but I'd rather do stuff like that for my own. But for me to do that on my own, there needs to be an income. And the easiest way to make an income is to say, well, you want this, give me $1 or two. You get what I'm coming at here. And then, if the project makes enough money that I can live off it on my own, I will probably then open source it. But I have seen what happens with a lot of open source. And the reason why I want to go about it that way is that I've seen so many open source projects that start out great. Like, they create software and stuff like that, but the burden on the developers gets so big that either they have to stop working on it because they can't both have a job and a life and work on that project. So either they have to stop working on the project and focus on that job that pays the bills, or the community have to step in and chime in for the development. And every fucking time, it turns out, or 90%, 99% of the time, or 95% of the time, it's the project that dies because of it. Because people don't want to help out, they don't want to chime in, they don't want to give a nickel here and there. So to pay the bills, they're going to focus more on work. But then the community, why are you not doing this, and why is it taking so slow to implement this, and blah, 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 blah. Well, I have to pay the bills. So to avoid that, if you close source it to begin with, and you ask a modest amount of money to begin with upfront, if that's needed, or just give it away for free, but then maybe sell the source code or something like that, then you already have conditioned people into it that this is not a free product. Like, you condition them from the beginning into, like, yes, you can use it. You can maybe even use it for free. If you want the source code, you pay money, or if you want help, you pay money, or there can be features locked down, like features that most people won't want, but some may want. They can be locked down. It's also like a way I've been thinking about it, and I don't care about people. But I want to use all of it. Like, you didn't spend 10, 50, 100 hours building it, so just shut your mouth, okay? Please shut your mouth. You are not entitled to other people's work. I hate that entitlement in FOSS. I hate it. And that's the only reason why I want to close source it, is because people have gotten so entitled in the FOSS world that they just want to take, and a lot of good projects end dying because of it. So if you upfront are conditioning the users to that they understand that this is not a free software, I'm just giving it away for free for now, or locking something down, it's a little bit easier to get them into think like this. But I get so tired and so angry when I hear all of these Linux YouTubers and Linux users demanding X, Y, and Z from developers without helping, without promoting, without donating. They just give me. And they don't understand that this developer has spent hundreds of thousands of hours to make that program. You know, and but you can just copy paste, like you just make a new ISO and we can just all download it. You don't have to do that work over and over again. No, but to make the first ISO or the first exe file or the first project, the first usable project, have taken so long that you can't just sit and be like, oh well, the next one will pay, the next one will chime in. Funny enough, the FOSS community have gotten me off FOSS licensing for stuff that I think is important. Yeah, I think source availability will be preferable, yeah. And again, you can say what you want about people do donate and shit like that. I have been in the FOSS world probably longer than most people watching this video have been alive. And the vast majority of time, I see a lot of good projects die because people are not willing to spend $1 to help out the developer. And it's not even, let's say they have like, there was one case where I saw they had like 10,000 downloads in a month. And they got $1 in donation on average. And it was a program everyone wanted and everyone was almost using at that time, running Ubuntu. I see this over and over and over again. So I don't care what people say in comment section. I don't care what people say in forums and videos, because I see what's actually happening. By figuring out, why does this project stop? Why did this distribution stop being maintained? And it's because the community didn't help out as they promised they would or said they would. And then they're using VLC and OBS and all of these massive projects. But look, they have also been around for decades. Or at least over a decade. They're already well-established projects. Almost no new project is that sustainable anymore. Yeah, let's say I make like let's say I was the one making Chris Titus Tech's PowerShell script deal. In the beginning, I would say, give me $1 to $2 for the program, or just $1 for the program. And then the more popular it gets, the more expensive it gets, just like anything else on Earth. The more demand, the higher the price. And then, as it is right now, with like 10 million fucking downloads or something like that, I would say, I will top out the tool he made. I will start with $1, and I will stop at like $5. That's what I probably would do. I'd be like, in the beginning, it's $1, and if it becomes more popular and I need to put more work into it, I would say $5 max, or $5 or $10 max, but probably $5 max. But luckily enough, he has a YouTube channel and live stream that can sustain his income. I don't have that. A lot of people don't have that. Because people forget that it's not that people want to be a billionaire, millionaire. People just want to be able to fucking live. You know, like, people just want to, like, I spent thousands of hours on this thing. I kind of want just a little bit back, you know. Just enough to recuperate the equipment cost or something like that. But people, they can't seem to understand that. People nowadays on the internet, they want everything for free. And I do think that the Foss world is part of that, and the YouTube world is part of that, where people nowadays are so accustomed to get YouTube videos for free that they ooh, how dare you lock something down behind a wall. Well, you want a video that cost them $100,000 to make. You know. Oh yeah, he could definitely have made an enterprise version of it, 100%. Like, a lot of people, like, my biggest issue with that tool, the PowerShell tool, is not that it, well, first of all, it does a lot of things I don't like it's doing, because it could potentially make your system unsecure and unstable. But the biggest issue I have with it is that it's done in PowerShell. It should have been done in any other proper coding language. PowerShell is a scripting language, it's not a development language. I would have done it in .NET. It's a Windows tool. Why not fucking do it in .NET? It also, you can use a lot of the same PowerShell commands in .NET anyway, so, you know. Exactly, you can make it more scalable, yeah. But so many people in this world nowadays, they feel so entitled to other people's work and time, but not their own. But when people then get entitled to their work and time, they get super defensive. How dare you want me to work 8 hours a day for a salary? Well, how dare you expect a developer to work 10 hours a day to give you a FOSS software you don't pay for, you don't help out with, because you think the next person will do it? Why not you be that next person? Instead of saying, oh, I'm passing the torch for someone else to do it, why not become the one doing it? Why are you not the one setting the example? And I love this example here. Oh, I have no money, I'm X, Y, and Z. I will bet that I can find $1 in everyone's budget. $1. And that's all you need to do. Give your favorite project $1 a month. That's all you need to do. $1 fucking dollar. If there are of course people that can't, you know, they use every fucking dime and penny. I get that. But most people on the internet that sits and demands shit on the internet can afford to give $1 to their favorite project. Making the donation visible helps too. Blender, for example, has a transparent communication so people know how they're making money. Linux Mint do the same. Yeah. A lot of open source projects do the same. Yeah. And when you go in and look at those donations, like, you realize how uncannily little they make. And how dependent. So I know Blender get donations from big companies also, and it's sustaining them quite a lot. But it's funny to see how little they're actually getting from the everyday user. And without sponsorships, they wouldn't probably not be alive. You know. Yeah, I'm like, there is one really good thing about money. It's like giving money. That when you're exchanging money for something, you now have the right to complain. Because you made a transaction. When you buy something, or donate to a project, or help out with a project, you have now owned the right to complain. But a lot of people, they think that they have the right to complain and demand without doing anything. And I don't like that. I don't like that. But they have to turn to larger companies or sponsorships. Because the average consumer/user don't want to donate. Like, if you look at the vulnerabilities that's being found in Linux and FOSS software nowadays, most of them are being found by companies or people working for companies. They rarely is it like a random person in their attic or basement or in the living room sitting Saturday evening looking over a source code while the wife is watching 10,000 Housewives of Mars. And there's a buffer overflow that gives you root access in this source code. That rarely happens. It's almost always someone working on the software for a company that finds the exploit, or companies where their job is to find exploits. That finds exploits in Linux, Windows, and Mac. This illusion that it's the user, it's about the user, for the user, with the user, no. And I have over 30 years of data to corroborate this. It's the Linux community has gotten too entitled, and it ruins FOSS development. Like, it ruins people it makes it so people don't want to do open source. Because now we have to deal with these entitled idiots that don't want to help out, that don't want to donate, but they want and want and want and want and want. And no matter what we do, we can never satisfy them. The Linux kernel has not been community maintained for decades. Meaning only community maintained. Linux is here because multi-billion-dollar companies exist. I don't even know what CPROS is. I need to check that out. Do Anthropic found... Oh, I did not know that. I don't know. Are they using Blender for the AI pictures or something like that? Also, beware of Anthropic. There's a lot of things going on that may not be good for you as a consumer. At least they're better than open AI, but... Yeah, I would not trust any AI company at the moment. Because it's about to be only the strong one survives, and only the most predatorial one survives, and... It's a commercial standard 3D sculpting. When I see it, I probably know it then. I probably know it. Don't... Because, like I said, like 3D Mark and Blender and all of these things, I fucked around with all of them when I was younger. Or 3D Max or Mark or what the fuck it was called, or is called. Fusion 3D, I think, something. Am I right about that? Is there something called that? Fusion 3D? I had some cracked version of that way back in the day. Like I said, I was really into... I was really into like 3D animation at one point. Wait, you don't trust Google, Microsoft, Tesla, OpenAI? Like, I trust Tesla as a car manufacturer more than as an AI company. Yeah, Fusion 360, there you go. That's the one I'm thinking about. No, AI is getting into a a time and place where most people that are AI only or AI focused are not going to survive, because the market is starting to find stabilize in a way that, when I mean stabilize, I mean the bubble is about to burst, where they found out that only people using AI for real reasons and for real benefits are the ones going to survive. And so that means that everyone has the mentality that use AI for everything, but for what? I don't care, just use it. That mentality is going to cost companies a lot of money now, because they've been wasting so much time and effort into something that had no use case. But like, when I know that I was about to get fired was when I asked my manager when he wanted to change the whole code base. I'm like, what problem are we solving by changing the code base? And they both looked at each other and could not mention one other that it's becoming easier to work together. Okay, that sounds like something just made up in your mind. And then we start to talk about AI. I'm like, okay, what problems are we solving by putting AI in that specific part of the program? It's making it easier for us to get information. We could do that with an algorithm. And those kind of managers that just want to use buzzwords and stuff like that, they are not long for this world, sadly enough. There is a lot of companies making a lot of money off the promise of AI. Yeah, the same thing happened with the cloud and the .NET bubble, yeah. So there's a lot of companies making millions and billions because they are using AI for X, Y, and Z, or they are promising that AI doing X, Y, and Z will make a lot of other people a lot of money. That's where the OpenAI and stuff like that comes into. But they are making millions and billions because investors are investing millions and billions into the companies. It's not because the user base is really there. It's because they're getting a lot of investment money. And that's when you know you have an unsustainable bubble, when it's being sustained mostly by investors and not by consumers. Like, funny enough, again, Apple is one of the only one that had like somewhat reasonable approach to AI. They did jump on the bandwagon a little bit with Apple AI, but then they stepped down and figuring out how to use it properly, like in a proper way, makes sense way. The companies that are doing that will survive the bubble, because the whole AI sphere is one big it's one big circle where the same money basically just gets thrown around. And sometimes they get a little bit bigger, but they're just getting thrown around between OpenAI, Microsoft, Nvidia, Oracle, Intel, AMD. Oh, that's an M. What the fuck is the other there's more companies, but I can't remember them all. But it's just like one company put money into another company, that puts money into another company, that puts the money into another company. It's just a circle of eating each other in hope that in the future the consumer will then put money into it. And right now that is not really happening. That's why OpenAI had to turn to ad-based shit. That's why a lot of companies now had to ask for more money for the consumer to use their product and whatnot. But the sad reality is, it's like it's NVIDIA supporting Intel, supporting AMD, supporting Oracle, supporting MS, supporting OpenAI, and OpenAI supporting Microsoft, and supporting NVIDIA by buying NVIDIA infrastructure. So basically, NVIDIA is investing in OpenAI with the notion that OpenAI will buy X amount of hardware from them, and Microsoft will then use that in hope that then they will buy Microsoft services to run on the software and the hardware. And it's just one big circuit jerk. Where it's like if me and all of you, my viewers, we just had like $100 and we just passed it between us. Or I'm giving you $100 if you buy $200 from me. I got out of memory on my fucking web browser. The fuck? Chrome has been acting up really fucking strangely. I may need to use another browser, just give me a second there. Yeah, I need to use another browser. There's a memory leak, I think, in... It's not a Ponzi scheme, because Ponzi scheme is something different. Something totally different. It's where I pay for Scooby. So you get Scooby to invest. Scooby asks for some money that, for example, he has invested with you, and to pay him out because he wants to get out, you ask me to then invest, and then you use my investment money to pay him out, because there's basically no money in it. There is money in AI, but there's not the kind of money that they think there is in AI. Yeah, I need to go. I need to find. I thought Chrome was fixed, but apparently it's not. After the last update, it's been buggy as hell. Maybe I should go back to Opera. I don't know. A lot of fucking people seem to love Opera lately. I can't remember why I switched from Opera. Because I was using Haiku, but there's just too much going on with Haiku. Why the fuck did I go away from... There was a specific reason why I went away from Opera. I can't remember. But yeah, the last week or so, I've just had an issue. It just slows down. It just eats memory. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And Firefox is just bad. It's not even using that much memory. Oh, 5 gigabytes. It's quite a lot. Yeah, I need to do like a browser. What is it called? A browser test round again, I guess. Oh, I know what the issue with Vivaldi is. Syncing. Yeah, Vivaldi for some reason has a really bad latency with syncing. For some reason. So if I put like bookmarks on my laptop and stuff like that with Vivaldi, it can take like 10-15 minutes before it comes. The same bookmarks are on my version on my Windows machine. So that's why I stopped using it. The syncing between devices was super slow. Because I used Opera for quite a while. And I know a lot of my younger gaming friends, they really love the Opera gaming browser. Oh, that's that's almost a decade ago. It got bought out. I think it's about a decade ago, or close to a decade now. So it's still based in Norway. They still have headquarters in Norway. They just have a Chinese CEO from the parent company. But a lot of influencers, like tech influencers, are recommending and getting sponsored by Opera lately. The last year or so. Like Mr. Who's the Boss has been sponsored by Opera for fucking years now, I think. And he seems to be one that only takes sponsorships from people that he actually really like and trust and stuff like that. Yeah, I can't remember that. I just vaguely remember that there was a reason why I went away from Opera and back to Brave. I don't like Brave, and I have had issues with Brave censoring my search results. I don't like that, and also I hear a lot of smoke in mirrors and what is it like? Over-promising and under-delivering is the nicest way I can say it. Like I've seen a lot of people looking into what Oprah actually does and what it actually delivers and how they're doing it, and it's not as good as people want it to be. I was thinking about the DuckDuck browser, DuckDuckGo browser for a while. But I do see, like I say, I do see the Oprah browser popping up in more and more tech YouTubers' sphere. So I think what happened was I just installed. Yeah, I reinstalled my Windows after my Linux experiment, and I just never installed Opera again. I think that was the only reason. I think that's the only reason why I'm not using it anymore. I don't even. You guys can't see this, of course, because you should not see what's on my start menu on my progress menu. But I don't. I can't. I'm looking at what browsers I may have installed here. Oh, I have Minecraft. We can play some Minecraft together. Should I make a Minecraft server for the community? I have Vivaldi. Yeah, I have Microsoft Edge, Chrome, and Vivaldi installed. I use Vivaldi now as my I was about to say porn browser, but no, I use it to if I just need to test something that don't have my data on it. Opera has a lot of different browsers. That's one of the things I don't really like that much about them, is that they have like just too many versions of their browser. But yeah, I think I'll go and download it now. But I just used the normal one and not the gaming one. Accept all, because I used it for like 6 to 8 months at one point, like non-stop, and I can't. Oh, I think I know. It's because I know why. Chrome didn't have tabs groups natively. And when it started to have tab groups natively, I stopped using Opera. But Chrome is not doing it as well as Opera. I think that's why I stopped using it. But oh god, I used Opera all the way back in the 90s. All the way back then, man. Like, I used it exclusively. And then it got sold. And then it got bought back. And then it got sold again. And I stopped really using it that much when it got sold the first time. Also, is my keyboard crooked? Don't tell me the battery is about to explode in it. I actually really like it. I have like a, what's it called? Low-free keyboard. It's amazing. It's the best keyboard I ever had. And it's wireless and I barely fucking charges it. Yeah, I think it was because of the tapping thingy, yeah. The tab grouping thingy. Yeah, but that's like a terminal browser, right? I think there is an upstream for Opera. I haven't looked into it that much, but Go have a look, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. They are Chromium based, so maybe they also have this memory issue. I don't know. Oh yeah, why I want the Steam Deck on a Steam Deck? The Switch is like I want to get rid of my gaming PC. Um, this is like hours ago, I think now an hour ago we talked about this, but I never really explained why. Because I feel I'm getting less productive, and if I can't game on my gaming rig or on my rig that I'm using, I'm not getting tempted that much. So my plan is to either get rid of my gaming PC and then to get like one of those like 1 liter form factor PCs, or just go back to Mac OS on my Mac Mini and then upgrade the RAM on it, get another version in the future. Or when the new M5 version comes out, just get that with more RAM in it. And then use... because I still have a PlayStation that I game on once in a while, and... yeah. It's just easier to not game when you can't. Like, that's one of the things I liked about running Mac. Is that I don't spend so much time gaming. Yeah, so I used it almost non-stop from they came out up till they started to become Chromium based. And then I stopped using it because they became Chromium based. Because back then when they became Chromium based, they were honestly not. They were basically just Chrome with a little bit of extra flair, and that's it. So I was like, there's no need for me to use it. But then after I started seeing it last year in more and more videos and more like known critical tech YouTubers videos, I'm like, maybe I should give it a chance again, and I actually kind of liked it, to be honest. Because before that, Vivaldi was my main go-to, but like I said, it has some sync issues, sadly enough. He don't want to do the sync, boy. He's not syncing. He's not in sync. I don't... Again, this is one of the things with browsers and shit like that. I don't care, to be honest. I used to be not that big of a fan of Chromium, and it was not because Chromium-based browsers. It was not because they were Chromium-based. It was because almost any of them, just like the Linux distribution, didn't really give me anything I didn't have under Chrome already. So I'm using a Chrome alternative based on Chromium, which is Chrome also based on, that only give me one or two little features that I barely use. So why not just use Chrome? That was my mindset for the longest time, until they start to actually have features that Chrome did not have. And that's when I was like, okay, now I want to try out the Chromium-based ones instead of just using Chrome, because they're actually giving me something I can't get on Chrome. And that's when I got into Vivaldi heavily, and then lately it was Opera. But in the beginning, I just didn't like Chromium-based because it was just basically Chrome with another skin on it. Just like most Linux distributions, just Debian, Ubuntu, or Fedora with just another skin on it. But in the end, I don't care much about the browsers, because if I go on to YouTube or I log in with YouTube, they are getting more data from me already at that point than my browser and my OS do combined. You know, when I visit a shit ton of websites, most of them are again collecting more data about me than my browser and Windows combined. So if I wanted to be data collected mindset-ish, I'm not doing a lot of then running a non-Chromium based or running. It really don't matter in the end, is what I'm coming at. Sadly enough, it's just you're taking one drop away from the bucket, and you still have to deal with the rest of the bucket. I honestly feel that privacy as it is today is really hard to deal with on an individual basis. Something has to change on a law basis, meaning that a little bit like we have here in the EU with the GDPR, but there needs to be done more, where companies can't just take your data just because they want to. That should be illegal to some degree. There has to be a valid reason why they need the data. Or you have to explicitly give them rights to do so before you can use any of their stuff. Because we can try and circumvent left, right, and center, and we can never get 100% sanitary. But if they have to say, we need all of these things from you, and then because of X, Y, and Z, and we can even say no to it, and still use their product, that would be the perfect case scenario. Or if we say no, we just can't use their products, they either can't survive anymore, or they have to make a more fair data collection strategy. Because a lot of companies take a lot of data that they don't need. That's my biggest issue, that like they don't need X, Y, and Z. I get why you need this, but you don't need all the rest. You know? Where the age verification is because people can't behave online. And when people can't behave online, and the moderators of those places and the owners of those places don't do anything or much to moderate it and get the bad people out to protect them, the younger minority, so to speak, people are asking the government to step in. And governments, they do one thing really good. They don't have years to figure it out. So they use a flamethrower, a hammer, a sledgehammer to fix the problem in the beginning. And then after 2 or 3 or 4 years, they then start to use a scalpel to figure out how to do it properly. Had Discord, Roblox, Facebook, Twitter, X, Reddit, have all of those the chats, have all of those places moderated correctly, or moderated according to common fucking sense, and don't allow predators and people like that to run around almost free on their services, we would not have age verification. This is the main reason why we have it, is because people are tired of people being abused online. Or not people, they're tired of kids being abused online. And then Facebook, sadly enough, has attached a lot of other things onto it, because Facebook wants the biggest driver, funny enough, about this age verification, because then they can get even more data out of you. So to get the bill passed, and what you will say, the law passed, a lot of big companies are supporting it if they also get X, Y, and Z. But in the end, a lot of laws we have is because society, or think about drunk driving. Most sane people will never drive drunk. They understand it's a bad thing. The reason why we have drunk driving laws is because there is too many people that do it. But if, let's say, everyone that owns a bar took away the key from a person that's about to go drive drunk, and their friends will do it, their spouse will do it, even the patrons in the bar would say, you are too drunk to drive, and take the keys away. We didn't need drunk driving laws. They were not needed. But because a rotten few, or too many rotten fews are doing it, and nobody's stepping in to really say, or too little people are stepping in, the government has to do what governments does, and governments, they do the rough things first, and then with time, we get it to a point where it actually makes sense. So if you want to know why one of the biggest reasons why we have age verification, thank Discord, thank Reddit, thank forums, thank social media, and it's spineless mods that allow underage people to get, I can't say the word, but you know what I mean. Because that's one of the biggest reasons why we have it. It's not because so Billy that's 17 years old and no and act respectively can't go on Discord. It's not because they don't want Billy to go on Discord. It's because they don't want Amy, 14, to go on Discord and find a 60-year-old fucking idiot on there. Or on Minecraft. Or on Roblox. Understandably not. And because the platforms themselves and their moderation team don't do enough about it. And also, we don't do enough about it. At some point, someone has to do something. And it's never a good idea to get the government to do that thing. I don't like it one bit, but I understand why it's there. I exactly understand why it's there. I've been on this online space too long. Another thing that happened that's a precursor to this is that there's age restrictions on YouTube that's been there for probably also close to a decade. It probably came out like 2015 or 18 or something like that. So if you're making content that could be somewhat for kids and somewhat for adults, you're now taking half of your revenue away. And why did we get this? Because creeps were going into recitals that were posted on YouTube, projects kids made on YouTube for their school as a school project, or gymnastics recitals and stuff like that. And creeps would go in there and do like, hey, fit check, and oh, isn't she blah blah blah, and do those little things, say things that could look innocent but also be really fucking creepy and heinous. So YouTube, because the YouTube channels didn't do anything about it, or much about it, then YouTube had to do something about it. And that is that if you make content for kids, you can't monetize it. It's going to be restricted, and so on and so on. And it's basically just a continuation of what's going on with the whole age restriction right now. And it is going to catch a lot of innocent people in the net. Because they can't fine-tune and make a law that makes sense in this sort of amount. It will take years for them to fine-tune it. And it's sad and it's irritating as fuck. But also think about it like this: should someone under 18 be spending this much fucking time on social media? There can be a really good, and there is a really good environmental, what is it called? Evolutional debate, or where you grow up. What is it called when you grow up? There's a lot of psychologists, psychiatrists, doctors that have studied this fucking shit. And the social media has an impact on an underage child's brain. A negative impact. So there could be an argument saying that it's just not healthy for young people to be on social media. And again, it sucks because there's a lot of people there's a lot of young people that act normally, that understand to do it in moderations, their parents to help them in check. There's so many great people that this is going to impact right now. Because Roblox and Discord and all these things, they rather make money. Yeah. Social media has had a negative impact on everyone. But mostly in the younger sphere. Almost any bad thing you can think about that's happening with young people has gotten up massively since social media. Massively. Unprecedentedly massively higher. It's not so much that they are addictive to be on, it's what's going on them that's the problem. The comparisons with other people, that everyone's life seems better than you, that everyone seems thinner than you, that the bullying, the creeps going in, that's the biggest problem. Being addicted to it, just adults gets addicted to shit sometimes easier than kids does. Adults may have or should have an easier time to figure it out and say stop. They sometimes don't, to be honest. But the main, it's not so much the addictivity of it. It's what it does to those people. Like Roblox was Roblox and not Facebook, Roblox and Discord and Minecraft is the #1 places for creeps to get access to those people. Here's how bad it is. Sean Ryan made a show about how Roblox actually protects predators. And when that came out, the next day they lost $1 billion in revenue. Because parents stopped their kids from using Roblox after that episode. If it was all about endless scrolling for dopamine hits, that would not be a problem. That's just an addiction, like being addicted to watching anime or something like that. It's what it does. It's what you see. It's what you read that's the problem. And it's also what you post. Because you also have to remember, a lot of these younger people, they also post there. They talk with people. They easily convey it into get into a little room with only them in it. Or into a little email session with only them in it. That's the issue. That's the big issue. Minecraft, like God man, how many Minecraft YouTubers have been caught grooming underage people? It's been mind-boggling. And Minecraft is an addictive game for a certain populace, like specifically people with autism and stuff like that, or people that has ADHD and whatnot. Like being doom scrolling is bad, but it's not the biggest issue. It's what you incur in while you're doom scrolling. If you're just sitting on Instagram and watching cat pictures for 10 hours, nobody gives a fuck. It's if you sit and watch cat pictures that leads to you talking to a stranger, that leads to now you're sending them shit you should not send them. That's the issue, and that happens way more than you would like to say it don't. Like I said, a 4 or 5 hour video session about Roblox's issues made that they lost $1 billion in revenue the next day. $1 billion. Imagine how many users that has to leave the platform for them to lose $1 billion. You are trying to. This is not even debatable. It's not small. The reason why we have. Think about it. If the doom scrolling was the biggest issue, it would not be age verification, it would be time verification. You can't be on more than 10 hours or so. Or 10 hours is a lot, but you can't be on more than 2 hours at the time. Why do you think it's age verification? Because it has to do with a lot of people of a certain age is getting abused. That's the reason why. And nobody is really doing enough about it. Or there's not enough people doing enough about it. The whole thing, the whole name of it should tell you what the real problem here is. It's not that you doom scroll too much or it's all these small. No, it's because there is a massive amount of bad fucking people that has a really easy time to exploit a really, really vulnerable group of people. And it's too easy for them to do so. That's the issue. It's not that you doom scroll too long. It's not that you... and it also, bullying, comparison plays into it. Again, look at what it says. Age verification. It means that there's something that a certain group of people of a certain age have a higher risk of encountering, doing, or experiencing. That's why it's called age verification. Is that people up to a certain age are more vulnerable for a lot of bad things than other people are. That's why they call it age verification. They need to make sure that you are of a certain age so you don't get whatever happening to you. because that certain age group is so out proportionally disposed. What is it called? Out proportionally disposed. Disposed to things happening. Again, yes, there are many reasons why social media is bad, but age verification, there's really few reasons why it's called age verification. It's that simple. You cannot say, age verification is because, like, in England, they drive on one side of the road, and in the rest of the world, they drive on another side of the road. That's why it's called age verification, because it's irritating. No, age verification is because there is a unique, specific problem they're trying to solve that has to do with age. If it was not about age, they did not have to call it age verification. They don't need to use age as a verification. It's because the problem has to do with age. That's the problem they're trying to solve. They would not say, let's do age verification to stop you doom scrolling for 10 hours. Because we all know that as a 99-year-old, like a fucking 10-year-old, can doom scroll for 10 hours a day. Then you will not say, it's okay for a 99-year-old to doom scroll, but not a 15-year-old. That makes no fucking sense. A lot of people, a lot of things in life are really simple if you actually look at what the meaning of the things is trying to convey. You don't use age verification to stop a speed limit or increase or decrease a speed limit. You call it a speed adjustment or speed limit. Why? Because you're trying to solve a specific problem. Speeding. And I know a lot of younger people see this as an irritation because now they can't sit and not do their homework all day and be terminally online all day. I honestly low-key think, if done right, this could help a lot of young people. Because we're getting into a place right now that there's never been more lonely people, and this is all ages, but in general, there's never been more lonely people after we've gotten so much more connected and so much more social media. So imagine that loneliness in all shapes and forms has gotten way worse. That means it's also gotten way worse in the younger population. Meaning that they are playing less with each other, they are socializing less with each other because of this internet fucking bullshit thing. So at least, hopefully, them not being able to be utilizing certain things as much or at all would force them to be more with other people and could help that, at least in their age group. It will help them in the future. We are fucked already. Us adults, we are fucked. We can't be helped. We are terminally fucked. Like, we can't be helped. But at least, hopefully, something good will come out of this. And that will force people to play more together. I have this fun story. Because I was like, half of my childhood was without the internet and half of it was, I say childhood, I mean teen years, pre-teen to teen. What the fuck happened? Am I still live? Oh, it disconnected and connected. I don't know what the fuck happened. So, if I'm still alive. Fucking Chrome. Okay, I still have internet. So, the internet came about when I was about to become a teenager. So I can still remember some stuff from before the internet. And this is again, this just give for perspective purposes. So I had friends, some of my best friends, where we disagreed on, I would not say almost everything, but a lot of things. Let's say cars, motorcycles. Some liked one and the other. And we would have heated debates about them. While playing, or going for a walk, or bicycling 5K or something like that. We would bitch and moan about why X was better than Y. Or why brunettes was better than blondes, or blondes was better than brunettes. We would be adamantly disposed of that. Or against each other for a lot of opinions. Not just one opinion, but a lot of opinions. And sometimes we would go home in anger. And next day we will come, oh, let's go out and for a walk or play again. That was happening before the incident, where you had friends. You didn't agree with everything they did. You didn't agree with everything they said. You didn't agree with, sometimes almost, some days you didn't agree with anything they fucking did. You still played with them. Because they were nice people, they were good people. They liked being around you, you liked being around them. And there were not that many people to choose from. There were these, like, 30 people in your class, and that's it. Or something like that. So either you were sitting alone, or you were compromising. So you learned a lot about compromising by having limited choice and playing or being together or doing things together, doing sports with people you disagree with. Nowadays, if you don't like what someone says on the internet, you just find someone else. So everyone is living in this little echo chamber on the internet. And again, this is both adults, kids, it's everyone. Nowadays, we find echo chambers. We find people that agree with us almost 100%. We live in those echo chambers. We never go outside them. And other echo chambers are our enemies. And blah, blah, blah. We see this really play out in the Linux communities, if you're looking really into it. Back in the day, you couldn't really do that, because if you were that one idiot that they never want to compromise and never want to say, okay, I don't agree with you, but we can still go and get a pizza together, something like that, you would be alone forever. But nowadays, you can be as obnoxious and as fucking narrow-minded or open-minded, or whatever you are. You can be that on the internet, have thousands of people like you, and feel like you are, you don't need to change. You don't need to be open. You don't need to be accommodating. And if we can introduce this more to younger people, where they learn that not everyone has to agree on everything. And yes, we can be different, but still play together, have fun together, and be together. Yes, you may like lemonade, and I like cola, but that don't mean we are mortal fucking enemies and have to fight it out like Mortal Kombat. If this means that would teach people that because they can't be terminally online, I'm all for it. Like, let's hope there's some form of what's it called, silver lining to all of this. And again, I was lucky enough to live like that, but I also grew up with the internet, and the more internet I use and the more internet my friends use, the more isolated we become. Because if my friends wanted to go and do something I didn't want to do, I can find someone on the internet I can talk to. Instead of doing that thing that I didn't want to do, and then it becomes more and more things, and we get more and more like picky about what we want to do, and now we have kids that never leave their fucking room. Back in the day, we had a saying like you were brought up on MTV, you were brought up on television. Now you're brought up on the internet. So ASIP, I'm not going to debate on this. There is scientifically proven data to back this up. There are, again, as like I said before you came in properly, this is something psychiatrists, scientists, psychologists have studied for years. And this, what I'm talking about right now, is actually more or less a fact nowadays. That the reason why we have so much animosity on the internet is because it's so much easier to just align with people that think exactly like us. We're not exposing ourselves to opposite opinions. We are finding cliques and we are staying in them. Or the first world problems, if you want. Where back in the day, if you did that, you would be alone in your basement, garage, or in your backyard for months. Nobody, your parents would kick you out for watching too much TV. You would have no friends to play with if you were like that. If most people, even adults, acted the way before the internet as they do now with the internet, they wouldn't have no friends. And we see that nowadays. Like I said, there's never been this many lonely people of all ages, adult ages, as there is today. But if something forces people to not be terminally online, hopefully that will help them to get exposed, to be around people they disagree with, to get exposed to other people's opinions, and learn to live with that. I'm in the same room with someone I don't agree with. That don't mean we can't have this slice of pizza together. That don't mean we can't watch this movie together. It just means that we just disagree on this little thing. That in the end is meaningless anyway. And I honestly think, and again, a lot of psychiatrists, psychologists, and scientists are believing the same and finding proof of the same, that we have lost that ability. Not to mention that the IQ apparently has dropped the last 5 years. We're back to a level of the 1960s or something like that, which I find really interesting. And this is done in young adults, and I think they did the test in high schoolers, if I'm not mistaken, and they found that out. I honestly think a lot of people, and again, a lot of adults also, they need to not be online as much. It's not healthy. But like anything else, the people that are most disposed to bad things happening to them are people with a lesser developed brain. Again, this is scientifically based. Like you tend to be easily, not all, of course, but mostly, it's easy to convince younger people to do something. It's easier to get them into doing something. It's easier to convince them to do something or believe something than it is a 60-year-old, for example. And if again, as much as I disagree with this whole fucking thing, let's hope that hopefully will change. That, like I said, we are like adults. If you're 25 and up, you're already fucked up. You're already done for. And hopefully not as much as many of us are. But if you're 25 and up, you're mostly fucked. Like your life is already fucked to some degree by this whole internet fucking social media thing. Hopefully, all of this will kickstart something that can help the younger people, so they don't have to go through a lot of the bullshit or the fucker shittery that we are going through with the internet. And a lot of times, things that is uncomfortable and feel irritating, they end up being better for you. If you're like, I'm not that drunk, I can drive home. Why the fuck are you taking my key? I don't feel that drunk, I drive home. Well, maybe they just saved you from driving over a person cycling home because you actually are drunker than you think you are. Or maybe they just saved your life because you are so drunk that there's a high chance, because it's slippery outside, that you'll hit into a tree and die because you also like speeding. I hope this makes sense. Sometimes you need other people to look from the outside to help you. Stress is a really good example of this. A lot of people that get diagnosed with stress don't know that they are stressed. And stress can kill you. Either short-term or long-term. Like, really fucking kill you. But a lot of people don't know they're stressed until someone that knows the symptoms see it and say something. And the fun thing, I worked a lot with people that are like diagnosed stressed out, and some of them got hospitalized from it. They will deny it. Like, oh, you're living in another world, and no, they will make excuses like an addict makes excuses. But the earlier you catch stress and you get it managed, the better your life will be. And trust me, almost anyone and everyone that has that form of stress don't want to have that form of stress, because it a lot of times means you have to take time off work, and then I may get fired, and all these other things comes in. Like, most people don't want to acknowledge that they're stressed because it seems still deemed as being negative and you're a weak person and stuff like that. But 99% of people that get diagnosed with it and help with it, it changes their life for the better, even though they fight it sometimes for years before they want to acknowledge it. And also, and this is going to sound really fucking irritating, because I had the same mindset when I was a teenager. When I was 10, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, even 20, I thought I knew fucking everything. All of this shit, you know, the 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years old people saying, fuck you, you don't understand this. You've never been 20 years old, you've never been 18. Yes, they know more than you think they do. But you're just so full of hormones and so arrogant that you don't think it. And again, we all were like that. Every guy, girl was like that. We all thought we had it all figured out when we start to think for ourselves. The sad reality is, there is a reason why you can't do certain things to a certain age. Because you are not developed enough. And as smart, as clever as you think you are, you're still not developed enough. You are still more impressionable. You're still more malleable. And that's why I understand why a lot of people that hate this age verification, especially younger people, are so fighting it. It's because they don't understand what it's trying to do. And what it's trying to do is super uncomfortable for them. Because up till now, their social crutch, their social pacifier has been the internet. Their forum, their Discord. Now they have to do the uncomfortable thing and actually go out and be social. Now they have to do the uncomfortable thing is being around real people. And here's the thing. It's not fun. It's embarrassing. But when they become 35, 40, 50, 60 years old, they will say, thank God I was not terminally online. I have people now in their 50s saying that. I've seen my kids that are terminally online. I'm so happy I was not like that. I didn't have that opportunity when I was a kid. Because I would have done the exact same thing. This is sadly, and I hate to say this because it's like a dad thing to say, but when it comes to this whole age verification thing, if you're not at least 18 or at least 25, but 18 and up, your opinion don't matter, because it's exactly because of the way that they don't understand the world yet, that the government feel they need to do this to protect them underage. I don't need protection. Trust me, you do. Trust me. It's not fun. I get it. I will not admit as a 16-year-old that I needed protection from adults, but I did. Everyone do. Some more than others. And again, hopefully something good will come out of this. I don't know. I don't know. But hopefully it will. But people don't want to do the uncomfortable. There's this saying, if it was easy to do, everyone will do it. And if it is easy to do, maybe it's not that good for you to do. And of course, you have to take that into a little bit of perspective. Like, is it easy to sit on your ass and play games all day? Yes. Is it healthy? No. Nope. Again, it's been proven by doctors and all of these things that not moving for X amount of time a day, actually, I can't remember if it's like if it takes years of your expected life expectancy or something like that in the long run. Going for a 10, 15k walk, is that where you say, oh, this is, I can't wait, it's raining outside and I'm getting winded. It's not fun, but it is healthy for you. It will help you expand your life expectancy. Eating healthy food, a lot of times it's not the best tasting. People nowadays are so emotionally driven, more than I probably ever seen, that it's starting to become dangerous, I think. Because it's all about like doom scroll, it's all about getting those dope. It's all about making me feel good. I deserve to feel good. We don't want to do the uncomfortable thing. And you have to do the uncomfortable thing sometimes. Not all the time. Live life, of course, but I just wish we didn't need age verification, and I wish that platforms and whatnot could moderate correctly. I wish Roblox did not allow predators on their platform because it makes them a shit ton of money. Go watch the fucking YouTube videos where the police, like the body cam footage, where they go out and confront these people. There are 3 places that they say that they get 4 where they get access to their victims on: Roblox, Minecraft, Discord, Reddit. It's almost universally come up. You can play a bingo card, and at least 2 of them will come up. Where did you find your victims? And it's always at least one of these. Most of the time, it's 2 or all of them. And someone has to step up. Someone has to step up. And can it be used and abused? Everything can be used and abused. Also, we don't really know what's going to happen. It hasn't happened yet, at least not in my country. I know Discord has the option to enable age verification, but it could also become mandatory. I don't know. I know some part of the world is starting to roll in as a mandatory thing, but I don't know. We have to wait and see. A lot of people like to play this if game. What if? And it's the same with like, oh, this popped up in Windows pre-release beta testing. I'm like, yeah, but until it's in production, I don't believe anything. Because a lot of times developers, they test a lot of shit in pre-releases and stuff like that. Because that's, well, they have the opportunity to do it. That don't mean it will end in production. A lot of things in alpha channels and beta channels and stuff like that gets in there because, well, people in here understand that if something breaks, things are meant to break in there because either for testing purposes or to test ideas or to test stability. It's I definitely can see the IQ drop that people are talking, or that has been publicized the last 5 years. It's almost like people even AI has gotten stupider, man. Fucking can't even put a sentence together. I don't know if System D again. I don't again here this thing. I don't. I'm not saying I don't care. It's until something happens. I don't deal much in speculations. I speculations is just that you're just speculating, and it's just a waste of time. You can't deal with speculations. It has not happened yet. You can maybe converse something to not do something if there's too many speculations about it. But if they really, really want to, they don't have to listen to anyone. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If System D wants their flying unicorns in their code, they can do that no matter how much people bitch and moan. So until something happens where this is as it is now, until that happens, I'm like, we can't do anything until it happens. So most Linux users don't like System D because they don't understand why they don't like System D. Most tech people that actually understand development and understand the systems built up and stuff like that don't like System D because it's a card of house, so to speak, where one thing can break the whole house, and another people don't like it because it's trying to do too much. But most Linux users just hate System D because a Linux YouTuber or a forum post told them to hate System D and gave them a vague explanation why they don't like System D. A really good example, some of the talking points here is, well, I don't like System D because it's not following the Unix principle. The Linux kernel don't follow the fucking Linux principle. So if you don't like System D because it's not following the Unix principles, you can use most of our software because they don't follow the Linux principle. Or sorry, the Unix principles. Another thing is, like I said, it's trying to do too much. It's trying to be too... It's too bloated, basically. And there can be a debate having about that. But I'll say hating it because it's too bloated is... that's a little bit too much. And again, then there's the house of card. But the Linux kernel is also a house of card. It takes so little things to go wrong in the Linux kernel to take the whole system down. Like, it don't have driver crash protection or anything like that, as far as I understand, unless they've done it recently. Like, there's a reason why on Windows you can do what is a Control Shift Windows key B to restart your graphical environment. That's what drivers does every time they install on Windows. They basically shut down your graphical environment and boot up again. You can't do that on Linux because if you stop your graphical driver stack, you crashes the kernel. You can't do that. You can't just reboot your drivers, your display driver stack, your graphic card driver stack. But on Windows and Mac OS you can, because they are similar modular. And they have driver crash protection, etc., etc., etc. You're trying to you're trying to do what I was trying to do when I started this channel. You think Linux users are smart people. You think Linux users are technical people. You think Linux users actually want to learn and want right information. They don't. Most Linux users, hashtag not all, they just want someone that confirm their hate towards Microsoft and Windows for whatever reason that is, and that they made the right choice to go to Linux. They want someone to stroke their penis and their ego. They don't want someone to tell them that, are you sure you're doing the right thing and for the right reasons? Most people don't like that in general. They just want yes men. They want people that confirm what they want. Most people want their decisions to be confirmed and not challenged. Because if you challenge their ideas, they become insecure. Oh yeah. If there is an AI stop video out there that says that Microsoft is moving over to the Linux kernel, which there have been videos about Microsoft doing that since the 2000s or not, they would jerk off to that content no matter how bad it is and how obvious. Like, again, it's the shared illusion I'm talking so much about, like the Emperor's closing here. The Linux community seems to be in this delusion together, and nobody's speaking up that, oh, the Emperor is naked. No, you can't see it because you're stupid. You know? It's... They want to believe that Linux is the best thing ever. They want to believe in FOSS. They want to think that 3 to 4% of the market share is so important. You know? Because it's such an ego killer if it's not true. This is all they have or all they believe in. So if they figure out what they spend days, years, months living in, deciding, blah, 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 whatever it is, if they figure out it's all an illusion, it's all fake, like, oh, I told this guy and girl about, I've been preaching there, I've been yelling and screaming at school, and been yelling and screaming at friends, and now it turned out I am actually the one on the wrong side here. Nobody liked that feeling. So they are going out there to find, like I said, it's never been easier to after the internet came out. It's never been easier than now to find other people that agree with you, which is really, really bad. I mean agree 1000%. We're not just talking about, oh, I like raspberry. So do I, but I hate apples. I like apples. It's not that little disagreement or an agreement. It's like they agree with every fucking thing. Everything. I need to find the fucking... Just give me like 2 seconds here. I'm in the dire need of a cable. Where are you? And how long are you? Not long enough. Where the fuck is the USB-C blob? Oh, what the fuck? I need to charge my headset, so just give me a second. Let's see how long this battery lasts. It says battery low. Whoa. And I tried to plug it in and it just turned off the sound. It's a really good headset. It's I don't know, can't remember now. But it's really fucking good, but I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of AI generated slop Linux videos, yeah. Upstart that the thing Canonical did was actually quite good, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I think I saw that video about Lenovo. It's so fucking bullshit. Ubuntu can be paid. It's too... They can for the enterprise, but I don't... For the desktop users, no, it's too late. They can't do that. They can't. They should have done that from the beginning, and... Honestly, if they've done it from the beginning, nobody would have used it anyway. So... Sadly enough, they can't do it. Not sadly, but they can't do that. Well, they can. Everything is possible, but it's just... It would just draw unnecessary critique to them. They could do like the Red Hat route where they have like a version for the enterprise and a free version. But Yeah, no, or what SUSE is doing with SUSE versus OpenSUSE. But I think what Ubuntu is doing is working. And it's working really well. They're making a lot of money, or enough money at least. I don't think they need to change anything. And as I've said many times in this stream, if you want Ubuntu to do things for the desktop user, you have to start supporting them. And that means helping out or donating money. Because Ubuntu is going to do what's best for Canonical and Ubuntu. And that means helping and supporting the people that make sure that they can pay the fucking bills. And if you're not part of that group, why should they listen to you? It's not a fun world, it's not a just world, but that's how the world works. Why should they listen to you versus the people that make sure that they can pay their developers so you can get your free shit? Again, a lot of these videos I see about Canonical/Ubuntu is just... You have this golden goose that are getting more and more people into Linux. That is the foundation for most Linux distributions, or at least a lot of them. And you want to basically take it out behind the shed and just off it. Because you don't agree with one thing that they are doing. Or a few things that they are doing that have no real impact on your life. Meaning that if you don't like what they're doing, there's plenty of other fucking distros you can use. So why... And is that not the whole point? That they... Oh, well, that's the reason why we have so many distributions, you fucking idiots, because then there's a distribution for everyone. Well, then stop bitching and moaning about distributions not doing what you want them to do, because then clearly they are not for you. You can't sit there and say, oh, well, if you don't like this distribution, the beauty of Linux means there is another distribution. Then you don't complain. Stop fucking complaining. Soviet, stay away from Soviet, man. Yeah. I've been on an anti-Soviet train for years now. I actually used to promote them quite a lot. Well, you can blame Richard Stallman for politics in Linux. As smart as he is, he makes some stupid decisions and says some stupid things. And one of those stupid things is that he thinks software can change the world politically, and they can't. The problem with Soviet is their attitude towards other people's work. I don't like that. Or their lack of respect, or what you will call it. They will gladly, let's say I made an AI remover for Linux or something like that. They would gladly take my source code and then modify it one line and say, only in Soviet Linux, we invented this amazing tool to remove AI in Linux. And then you only realize till you get into the source code, see that all they did was changing one line of code or a color scheme. And then they're calling it their own, like they invented it. And they're the only one really doing it, and this new exciting thing. And it's just copy-paste from anyone else with a little bit of twist. Like I said, like out of 100 lines of code, they made change 2. So how much are they really fucking changing? But they have done that a lot in the past. I haven't looked into if they're still doing it, but, a sheep don't change its colors that fast or at all. So I don't support places that do that. Just be honest and say, like, Soviet menu or Soviet panel is dash to dog. We just modify it. Soviet menu is just arc menu that we modified slightly to fit our theme. Just be honest about it. Soviet Connect is just K-Connect that we modified slightly. So it fit within our theming and our Unity. Just be honest. But they made all of these things and a lot of other things make it out like, holy fucking shit. Without Sohin, we would have nothing of it. And skips to their own, yeah. Yeah, it's just a lot of egotistical shit going on. As a distribution, it's okay. Like, technically, it's an okay distribution. I don't particularly like what they're doing or their theme and stuff like that, but it runs great, I hear. People in general don't have much bad things to say about it. It's a decent distribution. I just don't want to support that mindset. No matter how good it is. But I would not call it like a bad... It's just another mint. You know, it's just another mint. That are trying to capitalize on the more... I will not say more inexperienced users, but the users just want to get shit done. You know, install, forget, and run. Versus the people that want to sit and tweak every little thing like in Arts and Gentoo and stuff like that. It's clearly not for them. Not meant for them. Not built for them. But they love to complain about it. That it is not for them. As much as just choose the distribution that's right for you. Linux users love to complain about other distributions. That is clearly not meant for them. So, if one of the benefits and the joys of Linux is that you can choose what fits you, why the fuck would you complain about distributions that are not for you? I don't like this distribution, it's too easy, then it's not for you. Then just forget about it. Move on. Chillax. Get a cold soda. Touch grass. It's also funny that the only people that are allowed to bitch and moan about Linux are the so self-proclaimed hardcore Linux users. If a Windows person or Mac person bitch and moan about Linux, no. How dare you? Only we on the inside are allowed to complain and bitch and moan about everything. And even though they agree with them, they will not admit that they agree with them. Try and get a Linux user to agree, or one of those toxic Linux users to agree with a Windows user, even though they do agree. If the hardcore toxic Linux user like, I hate systemd, and the Windows user like, yeah, I can see why I hate. No, I love systemd. At least when I'm talking with you now, I've been converted. I saw the light. You can now call me Mr. Systemd Enjoyer. No, that's what I've seen. The more professional people I talk to, the less they complain. Well, they do complain, but they just don't use it. If they don't like it, they don't use it. But if you ask about it, they will complain about it. It's like, why are you not using this? And they'll be like, oh my god, this is like a blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, get it. You don't like it. Okay, why are you not using this? Oh, it's a blah, 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 blah. But if you don't ask them, they typically don't say much about it. Yeah, the world is a fucking weird place, man. I'm starting to watch a lot of 2000 and Not series. And this is so funny, but it's so refreshing to watch a fucking movie or series where you're not getting confronted with politics and opinions about the state of the union every 5 fucking minutes. And we have to cram this minority in there and this minority in there just to be as inclusive as possible. And just enjoy the story, enjoy the flow, enjoy that it's a woman lead because it makes sense that it's a woman lead, or not because it has a political meaning behind it. It started with I started to watch Stargate again. I bought Stargate Atlantis. I'm like, oh, and there's a strong female lead there, but I was like, are they not going to preach about mansplaining and all of that fucking bullshit? No, she's just because she's the most qualified. Oh, hello. And it was like, oh, that's really refreshing. Now I'm watching Monk, and also Monk and Bones. I got a little bit. I watched too much Bones in one go, so I'm taking a break with Monk. And I'm like, I need the late 90s, the 2000s, early 10s videos and series. I need to get as many of them where it's all about the story and not preaching, Yeah, most people don't give a fuck about Linux in the professional world unless they have to work with it. What is about the new project leader in Debian? Arch Linux remove XDP installation page. Oh, I don't get it. Nobody wants to live in nobody wants the perfect world. You would go nuts if you lived in the perfect world, because then everything you say and do will be offensive to at least one person in the universe. Intentionally or not. It's so... Like I said, I missed the day where if you said something wrong or did something wrong, like, of course, don't do anything illegal, but, like, it was like, I don't like you doing that or saying that, and then you just stop doing it or saying it, and you continue doing whatever you did, like work or whatever it is. Like, if you made a joke that didn't land, just like, yeah, I don't like those type of jokes. Okay, I'm not telling those jokes anymore then. Nowadays, it's like, if you tell a joke that don't land, you're like straight into HR. Like, straight into HR, and then you have to have an adjustment course and all that fucking shit just because you made a joke that didn't land. Why are Linux users so obsessed with installing Linux? Because they think it's a technical marvel that they can do it. Supposedly is anti-sysm. Oh, god damn it. Well, there is a lot of that going around lately with... I think they made a study a few years ago that one of the most hated group of people on the internet at the moment is cis straight male or cis males. And I don't get it. Like, again, you need to... She can hate them, but don't make a fucking big deal out of it. Just work with them. If the cis male don't do anything wrong and they're not offending anyone, and it's just doing whatever, go about their day, just don't say anything. Just let them do. Like I said, people need to learn to be around people they don't agree with, unless they're doing something illegal. Okay, so I'm not crazy about the memory leak on Chrome. Yeah, Chrome has this on and off over the years. Like, and it's typically like they will have some bad memory leaks, and then they will get fixed, and you don't see it for months, and then it will come back again. Well, most loud Linux users, okay? And we have to acknowledge that just because they are not the majority, but they are the loudest one, that's what people hear the most. So in most people's eyes, they are the majority. Yeah, Chrome with an ESR branch, or stable branch, or something like that, that would be nice, yeah. Or an enterprise, or whatever they will call it. I actually used to use Firefox ESR back in the day before they got too fucking idiotic about their whatever they are doing. I just don't like scrolling and stuff like that on Firefox. It's super broken. It's not living up to the standards. Yeah, but I'm honestly, the last year or so, I've just been so, like, I don't want to deal with the internet anymore. That's also why I stopped uploading so much and live streaming so much. I'm like, I just don't want to deal with the internet anymore. It's not worth it, man. It's like, it's a group of fucking lunatics fighting with another group of lunatics, and they think the internet is more real than the real world. And it's... I mean, it's a sad situation. Play the song in the background, but it's at some point you get fed up. Call it AIDS, hey Rudies, call it AIDS, call it what the fuck you will, but I'm just like, it's almost every time I go on, there's always some fucking stupid, idiotic fight going on, and it's not just Linux, it's everything, from politics to cars to watches to clothes. People on the internet, it's almost like, let's put all the mouth-ruling idiots together in one place and make them super visible. Or am I just attracting the my kind? You know, am I just attracting my kind? I don't know. It's just, I'm just fed up with I've just been fed up with the whole online culture lately. You know, it's almost worse than the tabloids used to be. And then there's all the AI bullshit. Yeah. That fucking irritates. Everyone can't stop talking about it, and most content is AI nowadays anyway, and it's so bad that now they are accusing game developers for using AI and attacking the artist because they think it's AI. There's no proof of it. They think it. Because it looks a little bit like AI, because the style is a little bit too cartoonish or something like that. While everything is done by hand. It's ugh. You can't deep-load your online presence. The only thing you can do to get out of that funk is not using the internet. And only using, you know, like, for online gaming or for messaging for work, and don't go on social media is what I'm trying to say. And if you are, YouTube is a social media, and if you are using YouTube, don't look at the comment section. There's a reason why all popular YouTubers say don't engage with the comment section. And I know a lot of people say, but there's a lot of good people in the comment section. Yeah, there is. But there's more loud, obnoxious people. You know. Yeah, you can't steal from AI, but AI can steal for you. Welcome to 2026. Let's all become the Wall-E idiots sitting in the egg-shaped floating chairs and being fat all day. You should all watch Idiocracy. If I had the money, if I was a billionaire, I would buy every one of my subscribers the movie Idiocracy, because it started out as a comical video, but it turned out to be a fucking what is it called? Documentary instead. You know the shoes everyone love? Crocs. So it's a movie set in the future where everyone is Storm and stuff like that. They needed shoes that were so stupid and obnoxious that there was like nobody's going to wear them. So everyone in the movie is wearing Crocs before it became popular. Because they were like, nobody wants these kind of shoes. They make no sense. They are ugly. They are okay comfortable. So they gave everyone in the future Crocs. Everyone is now running around and raving about Crocs. Yep. People are getting more and more stupid. What's happened in the movie? They got more and more stupid. People are getting addicted to short form content, so they're sitting and watching only basically commercials, shorts. We still don't have the chairs with the toilet in them. We still need to invent that, but that will probably come sooner than later. Yeah, Chrome, flying cars, augmented reality, implants, time travel. And what did we get? Shorts, Reddit, social media, AI generated slop videos. Yeah. The future we thought we will get and the one we have is like night and day. If you think about it, if you look at Cyberpunk and you take away the fancy cars and the occupant, the gear that you put on, the chrome that you put on your body, we already live in Cyberpunk. Everything is controlled by politicians and big companies. Most people can barely survive and live in dumps and in places that's run down. The only difference is that they have implants we don't, and they have the fancy cars and we don't. Everything is getting more and more over-sexualized. Everything's getting more and more bright and neonish. Look at all the big cities. It's all be already there. It's all about the quick fix. You know. Oh, LinkedIn. Oh, I hate that shit. Yeah, I'm only I only do Instagram and threads. I look at threads like 10 minutes a day because people on threads are fucking lunatics a lot of times. But it's so funny. They're like the they try to be the adult version of X, but they just fail there. It's basically just a shit ton of selfies, basically. Or people try to scam you. But I do like Instagram because I just look at pictures on Instagram. And I find real people, follow them, and mostly only look at people that I follow and not anything else. And I look at their stories. And I do like watching not YouTube, Instagram shorts or what they're called once in a while, stories. They seem to be funnier than on YouTube and also better curated. But the only thing I do on it is give a like if I like it and reshare, and that's it. I don't engage unless it's someone I already know on DMs. I don't sit and look up accounts anymore if they want. The only friends I've gotten, or the only one that I engage with, are people that came to me the last 3 years. If they don't come to me and follow me and engage with me, I'm not the one to pick. I just watch. I don't do anything else. And on YouTube, it's the same shit. I watch the videos I like to watch, non-Linux content, non-propaganda content, and political shit. Cars, watches, tech. I'm really into super long form content, so podcasts that's more than 3 or 4 hours long, or IRL streams that's like 10 hours, 9 hours long. I'm watching that at the moment. And it's mostly about tech stuff or, IRL stuff, traveling and whatnot. Other than that, give a like if I like it. Don't engage with the comment section. Don't look at it most of the time. I just consume the content on my second screen and then that's it. And after I stopped doing all of this, like, oh, I have to respond to all comments, and oh, I have to be super engaged with on social media. And after I stopped doing that, I never had it better, man. I used to go to work and have discussion with people in comment sections on my videos, and stop the second I stepped in the door at work. Yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. And I love when they come and complain. Oh, you should do more of this, and then I do a video of it, and they don't even fucking give me a thumbs up. They don't even watch it. And then I do something, it's like, why don't you do this? Like, I just did a video last week why did you not watch it? But excuses. Yeah, excuses. Yeah, it's the same with gaming. I don't like online gaming anymore because of all the fucking, like, bullshit going on with people's mind being fried. It's almost like the second you go in with, like, am I in a lobby? Offensive! Ban him! Okay, sorry. I shall leave now. I'm sorry that I spoke up. it's like, the world is one big, like, we all getting people so much pussies, man. It's like, if someone wanted to invade the Western world, they would have a fucking easy time, man. Like, with all the bullshit, like, people are so fucking hysterical. Anyway, I need to get to bed. Also, I need to research the fucking browser thing. It's so fucking irritating. But thanks for stopping by. Well, I have some videos I have to... I know the battery is low headset. I also need to charge my headset. So yeah, I better be going for today. See you all later. Have a good time. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye.